watched that YouTube like a month or so ago. Dropping the bomb on it. Japan, yeah. The question was, why not Tokyo or Yokohama? Is there Berkeley?
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's October 16th meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start the meeting with an invocation led by Supervisor Gould. And if you'd remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, thank you.
If you join me in prayer. Lord, we thank you and praise you today for this day, Lord, and for our great nation, for our state, and for our county, Lord. Help us to lead it in the way that it should be led. Lord, we pray especially for the people in Israel, Lord, after the attack. We pray for the families of the survivors. Lord, we pray for those that have fallen, Lord. We pray for the IDF forces that they push the Hamas back out of Gaza, Lord. We just hope that the civilians will move south, Lord, and move out of danger, Lord. Please give us wisdom and guidance. Watch over our own military, Lord, and our first responders. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Board of Supervisors may, by motion, recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action. Oh, I think I need to read this. The Board of Supervisors may, by motion, recess into executive session to discuss and consider items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A1, which authorizes discussions and consideration of employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, demotion, dismissal, salaries, disciplining, and resignation of a public officer, appointee, or employee of the county. I'm looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on November 6th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk.
So moved.
For that motion?
Second.
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Official business to come before the board. Discussion or pending contemplated litigation claims and demands. Attorney Esplin.
Nothing to report to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee and or legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you. This past week, I traveled to Flagstaff to attend the County Supervisors Association Legislative Policy Conference. So while we were there, we met with stakeholders and partners and discussed things such as broadband, housing, rural economic development, and there were Supervisor Angus was there with me, 150 attendees. So we talked about a lot of different legislative issues and how we wanted to go forward as an association representing all 15 counties going forward into this next year. And Supervisor Angus will probably elaborate on that a little bit.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. Well, first, we met, the Employee Benefit Trust had its quarterly meeting on Wednesday, and everything seems to be going pretty well there. We have money in our contingency that meets the number from the actuary, and there are a few changes, and I've asked staff to do a presentation at our next board meeting so all the employees can see and hear what's going on and get involved and give their opinions about their trust. And as Supervisor Bishop said, I travel to Flagstaff, and we do that once a year. It's to give our lobbyists what we want them to advocate for the counties on. It's sometimes very difficult because every county has different needs, but there are a lot of things that are common ground for all counties. The overriding message we got was that the money tree has gone bare. There's not a lot of money at the state. State shared revenues are down. They project a deficit. And so we'll be, feeling the effects of that and talking about that during the coming year. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night it was invited to a service at Temple Beth Shalom in Lake Havasu City, where we participated in a, what did we used to call them in the old days? It's streaming now, but we had a word for it in the old days. But about 10 different Jewish congregations from across the state of Arizona came together to pray for the victims of the terrorist attack, pray for the people of Israel, and pray for the IDF fighters as they try to push Hamas out of Gaza. But it was well attended. The mayor of Phoenix spoke for a little bit, Congressman Stanton, and then there were some other, a couple people I knew from the legislature were at some of the various things. But all in all, it was a great event. I think it supported the Jewish community. If you watch the news, we have some strange things going on at American college campuses that are funded by your tax dollars. And if you're anything like me, you're a little upset with that. But thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Johnson.
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I have nothing. I believe we have a report from High Ground, Madam Clerk. Are they on the line? Mr. Ponder.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, thanks for the opportunity. Sorry that technical difficulties got in the way of doing this a couple weeks ago, but I'm happy to give a presentation today. I did send an email to Manager Elters after the meeting a couple weeks ago to try and provide you an update, even though I wasn't able to give it to you verbally. This has been, I would argue, one of the most robust out of session opportunities and requirements for us because of the Groundwater Policy Committee that the governor established back at the end of May, and that has been really going since effectively early July, I believe was the first meeting. So combined with a long legislative session, which didn't ultimately end until July 31st, we've been working on the policies and proposals that are coming up at this Groundwater Policy Committee. Supervisor Lingenfelter sits in as an alternate for Jamie Kelly from Mojave County Water Authority in the instances where Jamie cannot attend. I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to attend all of the almost all of the meetings, to provide immediate feedback to the supervisor and Ms. Kelly in the event that we need some commentary provided that represents Mojave County's interests in those scenarios. They're quite adept themselves, but it's always, I think, helpful to have a second set of eyes to provide insight. That policy committee is going well, I would say. The Department of Water Resources is managing it well. Not everybody's happy with it. And to that point, the Arizona Farm Bureau and Senator Kerr have elected to withdraw their participation in the committee. We find that disappointing. There was a statement provided by 4 county supervisors, including Supervisor Lingenfelter late last week, on the disappointment of their withdrawal from the committee. Their frustration, I would suggest, is that they're not getting everything that they want. But I think in this process, as with any stakeholder process, nobody gets everything that they want. One thing that they've asked for is an acknowledgement of prior water usage. We have actually been supportive of that, depending on how it comes about. In particular, we don't, from the Mojave County perspective, we do not want it to look like the priority system for Colorado River water. So we're doing everything we can to communicate that to the council. And I have worked with Jamie and the supervisor to ensure that our interests are being heard in that committee. So that's what's going on largely at this point in time. As I highlighted in the prior note, we were able to get a letter of support and amicus of support from the Attorney General on the Greenstone transfer. Yuma County is in the process of hiring a lobbyist that can help us on river water issues out at the Capitol. We had a great meeting with the governor's office. I will be meeting with the governor's office again next week to talk about water policy. And then this morning at 10 a.m., as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to run over to the Capitol because there's an ad hoc meeting put on by Representative Griffin where she will attempt to take down the LGSA language. Supervisor Bishop and Supervisor Angus, I know that at CSA, there was a document that was floating around that was attempted to be passed out to a bunch of supervisors. That document is factually inaccurate. I have provided Ms. Griffin with updates to our legislation that solidify its inaccuracy. And I think an opportunity to clarify that in the committee today is warranted. And so I will be heading over there. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ponder. Questions? Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What can you tell us about the proposed deficit at the state and how that's going to affect the county?
So the proposed deficit right now is about $400 million. From the perspective of so when we're looking at water specifically, but I can go more broadly. But look, when we're looking at water specifically, I think one concern that I have is that may impact some of the lottery funds that we were intending on utilizing to help fund certain projects in the county. There is also a push by some legislators to claw back some of the spending, the $2 billion in spending that the state pushed through at the end of last session in the budget. So I think that there's a desire to claw some of that back to fill the $400 million hole if they can. There was a representative that made a statement to that last week. More specifically on the county fiscal impact, I know that I have frequent conversations with Mr. Sullivan at CSA about organizing efforts to ensure that there are no cuts in revenue streams to the counties.
Thank you. I'm glad that you're going to be, is he still on?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Glad that you're going to be going to that 10 o'clock meeting here in about 15 minutes. So our experience, I've been involved with this rural water issue for several years now. The one that brought me in on it was former Representative Regina Cobb, who had ran a number of groundwater bills down at the legislature. They always get assigned either Gail Griffin's committee, Natural Resources in the House, or Cindy Kerr's Senate committee, same in the House, Natural Resources. They never get a hearing. And while I would say agriculture is definitely important, it's not all created equal. I mean, you can't lump in our ranchers that we've had here a long time. They don't use nearly as much water as some of the other agriculture. Every acre in Arizona should not be treated the same when it comes to agriculture. We just can't do that anymore. And they're just looking out for one group. Agriculture matters, but they're not the only one at the table. Everybody else matters too. So there needs to be a balance. And in prior years, they haven't had to engage and have discussions. They've just, it's my way or the highway kind of a mentality. And if they don't get what they want, they just take their ball and they go home. And they don't engage. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this hearing and then ultimately with legislation that is introduced next year. So thank you for your update today.
Thank you, supervisors.
County Manager's report. Manager Elters.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. Just one item, and it's a friendly reminder. On August 14 this year, the Board of Supervisors approved the updated bylaws for the Public Lands Commission. The next step is for the board to appoint persons to this commission. To date, Those have not taken place yet, so that would be the next step. And just to refresh your memory, the commission consists of 11 members. One of them will be a sitting board member. 5 will be appointed for each supervisorial district by the supervisor for the district. And the last 5 will represent different sectors with subject matter knowledge and experience in the matter. And those are farming and ranching as being one, the recreation being another, environment being the third, renewable energy being the fourth, and assessor/appraisal knowledge representing the private property interests of Mojave County will be the fifth and last of those. So look forward to receiving those appointments so we can get it, stand it up and get it moving with meetings and provide the supporting staff needed for that.
Supervisor Angus.
Can we put a deadline on that?
I would leave it up to you, the board, but I would, it would be great to have a 30-day, maybe by the second board meeting in November, if the board members wish to adhere to that deadline, that would be great. We can then, provide some platform for meetings, and perhaps we have one meeting before the end of the year or gear up for meetings in 2024.
Right. With all that's going on, I personally think this is a very important commission, and it's just each one of the supervisors has to appoint one person. So I would suggest that, we can do it, we can appoint one person in 2 weeks, not take 30 days to do it. So I'm hoping, I know we can't make any motion and do anything here, but I'm hoping that we all work together to keep this moving.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Angus, you're right. Each supervisor will appoint one member, but then there are 5 members with the subject matter expertise that would need to be perhaps jointly appointed and agreed on by the board.
Thank you, Manager Elters. Supervisor Gould.
County Manager, does the board need to approve the various positions for this committee? I don't remember doing that. Or the makeup of where that 5 came from the supervisory districts and that 5 were coming from someplace else.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, the board took up this matter back in August, on August 14th, and updated the bylaws. And that's where those various areas of expertise were listed, and that's what the board approved. There was, we started with 4, and 1 additional was added, which was the assessor/appraiser to represent the private property owner's interest. But it is in the bylaws that the board approved on August 14th.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
All right. So we're going to move into the call to the public. I would just ask three things. First, if you haven't already done it, if you would switch your phones to silent and vibrate. Also, if you would just maintain decorum today, and then also please keep your comments on the agendized item once we get into the item. So we'll start with call to the public, then I'm going to bump up item number 38, which I believe many of you are here to speak on today. So first, you call to the public. I only have a first name, Brett.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, board members. Good evening, public. I'm here today, once again, to speak about the importance of what we're talking about. That is water, and it's also about the reason why we're talking about it. Most of it has to do with the issues that have happened in the past, and when you dig into those issues, you find that they're critical. And they're decision-making things that had both emphasis on staff and board members. These were decisions that were not made by the public or anybody that had anything outside of that water district to have to do with. So with that said, it is vitally important that oversight happen to GVID, as well as the discussions about coming into a private understanding of oversight.
This is on the agenda. The GVID is on the agenda. Would you like to speak on that item, or?
I will be. Is this not about the moratorium?
That's also agendized. Hopefully you've signed up for that item as well.
I believe so.
Okay, great.
But thank you very much, and we'll let this continue forward.
Great, thank you, sir. Donna Peterson.
Good morning. My name is Donna Peterson. I live at 1020 Parkview Avenue here in Kingman, Arizona, and I'm a member of the Kingman Main Street. I'd like to read a letter to you dated October 13th that was delivered to the supervisor's office, but I wasn't certain if you'd had a chance to read it, and I would like the audience to hear it too. So, October 13th, 2023, regarding funding for maintenance and restoration of the historic Mojave County Courthouse. Dear Board, I'm writing on behalf of Kingman Main Street to express concern for the fate of our historic county courthouse building. It is our understanding that the Board of Supervisors will vote at the budget meeting this week on whether to cancel all pending construction projects in view of the county's projected 2024 budget deficit. Renovation of the historic courthouse is apparently tied to the construction project for the new Justice Center. If this project is shelved, we would urge the board to provide funding for the ongoing maintenance of the historic courthouse until the project is revived and funding becomes available to renovate the historic building and attached annexes planned. At present, the building is vacant, and we urge you to not let this important building deteriorate further. The Kingman Main Street mission statement is, quote, to make the heart of Kingman a vibrant center of economic and cultural activity by partnering with public and private stakeholders to rekindle community pride, capitalize on our unique physical assets and history, and encourage downtown revitalization and investment, end quote. The original courthouse, built circa 1915, is one of, if not the most, iconic buildings in our county. We consider that advocating for the maintenance, renovation, and active use of this historic building is a part of our mission. Thank you for your consideration. Kingman Main Street, Lori Voss Barthlow, President. Thank you.
Kenny Works.
Good morning, Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. I've been doing a lot of reading lately, a lot of it about the Korean War, and everything seems to boil down to one thing: propaganda and politics. Carl Schmitt defined politics as between enemy and friend. That's what politics to him boils down to. It all starts out with Mein Kampf, The Art of Propaganda. The psyche of the great masses is not receptive to anything that is half-hearted and weak. To whom should propaganda be addressed? To the scientifically trained intelligentsia or to the less educated masses? It must be addressed always and exclusively to the masses. All propaganda must be popular, and its intellectual level must be adjusted to the most limited intelligence among those it is addressed to. Consequently, the greater the mass it is intended to reach, the lower its purely intellectual level will have to be. The art of propaganda lies in understanding the emotional ideas of the great masses and finding through a psychologically correct form the way to the attention and thence to the heart of the broad masses. The fact that our bright boys do not understand this merely shows how mentally lazy and conceited they are. He wrote this while he was in jail. Once we understand how necessary it is for propaganda to be adjusted to the broad masses, the following rules result. It is a mistake to make propaganda many-sided, like scientific instruction, for instance. The receptivity of the great masses is very limited. Their intelligence is small, but their power of forgetting is enormous. In consequences of these facts, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points and must harp on these in slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want him to understand by your slogan. As soon as you sacrifice this slogan and try to be many-sided, the effect will piddle away, for the crowd can neither digest nor retain the material offered. In this way, the result is weakened and in the end entirely canceled out. The broad masses of a nation does not consist of diplomats or even professors or political law, or even individual capable of forming a rational opinion. It consists of plain mortals, wavering and inclined to doubt and uncertainty. As soon as our own propaganda admits too much of a glimmer of light on the other side, the foundation for doubt in our own right has been laid. Thank you.
Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Bullhead, the next District 2 supervisor. Hildy's laughing at me, okay. Boy. I made a misquote. Well, I didn't exactly quote it right last time I was here about the dog pound. I was talking about the Bullhead City new animal shelter. I was not talking about the Kingman one. And I stand corrected on that. It's deplorable over there, and you should continue fixing that up. The one in Bullhead, we paid $1.75 million for the newspaper building down there. Steve D'Amico wants to spend our taxpayer money on a crematorium. I always bury my dogs out in my own yard there. I don't need to pay millions of dollars for a smokestack. And you're bitching about the smell here. You don't want to put it here because people will smell it. You know, they have them downtown Chicago's and everything, so whatever. They want to have a veterinarian because the veterinarians in Bullhead area say they need help. They want more competition. I've never heard of a doctor or a veterinarian wanting more competition. Steve's full of it. And they want a dog wash. So your stinky dog that was in the river can go up there and put a quarter in the machine and wash their dog so they can go home. When I had dogs, my dog rolled in the sand, and he smelled just fine. He smelled like wet dog. I don't get why we got to have a place for these tourists to wash their dog. But it ain't Steve D'Amico's tax money. It's our tax money. So anyway, I apologize to the local people here about the dog pound there. Now, you know why I'm here again. The civil grand jury, I want it, and I'm going to get it. I'm getting my homework together. In fact, I attended a Lake Havasu City Council meeting last Tuesday, I believe it was. And I kind of told them what I want. Civil grand jury. Oh, if you're looking up a grand jury, be careful that you don't get the real grand jury. It's a different animal. It's to investigate and review citizens' complaints concerning the operations of city and county governments, as well as other tax-supported and non-profit organizations. I'm going after Make Bullhead Better, and I can't do it because the city of Bullhead has stopped me. But a grand jury can proceed and go a little bit farther than I can because Toby Carter stopped me. We need this grand jury. Walt here has been kind of letting you guys know about it, and I don't know why he's here, but I imagine this is it. Here's my local paper. We had Anyway, this is a report from Humboldt County. Just because it says California on it, do not throw it away.
Jeff Esposito.
Good morning, Jeff Esposito, 3211 East Snavely, Kingman. All right, this is a short version of the People's Declaration by a patriot organization that wants America to exit the WHO, and I'm not talking about the band. I am opposed to the centralization of power into the hands of unelected, unaccountable, and largely unknown bureaucrats through the negotiation of international agreements that absolutely do not reflect the wishes of the people of the world. I am opposed to what is essentially biological weapons research, regardless of whether it is referred to as vaccine research, gain-of-function research, dual-use research of concern, or by any other name. This type of research must be stopped. I'm opposed to the use of terrorism and fear-mongering, including in the form of propaganda and censorship. And I am opposed to the weaponization of injectable substances that are masquerading as vaccines and are being pushed upon men, women, and children around the world without informed consent. I reject the political declaration of the United Nations General Assembly high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. I reject the WHO CA+ Framework Convention, commonly known as the Pandemic Treaty, for a multitude of reasons. I also reject the proposed amendments to the international health regulations for a multitude of reasons. The needs of the people of the world have been ignored for far too long. Planning to spend tens of billions of dollars to increase the profits of the pharmaceutical, hospital, emergency industrial complex under the guise of equity is simply not acceptable. I do not consent. Exit the WHO. In January, Andy Biggs introduced AR-79, which would withdraw America from the, can't read my writing, withdraw America from the Communist World Health Organization. Sad that only 53 Congress monsters to this date support it. Meanwhile, the UN passed a resolution to merge further with the World Economic Forum to help fulfill their Agenda 2030 communist agenda quicker. These organizations' agendas and ideas are un-American. They will take our freedom away. This is a conspiracy, not a theory. You supervisors and supposed county manager must take an active oversight role on county departments that are being influenced by these one-world entities. The health and development services departments in particular, they use money to push their agendas. Do you people know what is happening in these departments, or all the rest of them? Or is it easier to sit back and let the unelected bureaucrats do what they want? If you set the policies, they have to follow. And then you need to follow up and follow up and follow up and follow up and follow up on the county manager's actions too. Thank you.
Chris Rodarte.
Chris Rodarte, Mojave County taxpayer. Is that going to show? Is that going to be up, please?
Can we get the screen, please? Here we go.
My name is Greg Beff, Mojave County taxpayer. During the last testimony during the call to the public, I mentioned there were 3 things that the Board of Supervisors needed to do to repair the loss of public trust and confidence. I got through 2. Family matters do not permit me to attend in person, which I prefer. This brings me to the 3rd demand, which time didn't allow me to address last time. This demand was for the immediate removal of the modified RNA biological weapon masquerading as a vaccine. The same weapon that the corrupt CDC and FDA recently approved for pregnant women and infants with a 0.02% mortality rate from COVID. The Florida Surgeon General has described the new vaccine push as, quote, anti-human. That's because COVID-19 has been the greatest crime against humanity ever conducted, and the truth is prevailing. We're in an invisible war with tyranny, folks, and the ruler is the father of lies. Many listening to me will exclaim, you're not a doctor or a virologist or an epidemiologist. Moreover, who are you to question the science, aka Dr. Fauci? Although I possess an advanced degree, I don't need formal degrees and letters after my name to know when I've been lied to repeatedly and for nefarious reasons. Common sense doesn't come with a degree, it comes in degrees. I previously mentioned my experience as a police officer in government service. Through direct experience, I developed the ability to detect deception and behavioral cues as a means of keeping myself alive and to assist in investigating criminal behavior. As a detective, I honed those skills through advanced interview and interrogation training, and as a trainer, received certification as a computerized voice stress analyst. This technology allows you to detect deception via unconscious voice stress. I spent years studying the human psyche, methods of manipulation by government, and our hidden history. I'm more than qualified and within my rights to express what I have observed regarding the lies we've been told and point out those perpetuating the lies by their behavior. Supervisors Bishop and Johnson are the two former law enforcement professionals I said I would return to address first. I'll spend the remaining time discussing Supervisor Bishop's behavior during COVID. In your individual capacity as chair of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, your words and actions, which are on the public record, are in opposition to the oath you took to uphold the Constitution. After COVID-19 launched in your capacity as chair, you behaved as though you or any government official had unilateral, statutory, constitutional, and moral authority to arbitrarily shut down businesses, force mask mandates, and social distancing under a declared emergency. That was a lie. You, in your respective capacity as chair, permitted the ongoing weaponization and fear campaign of the Mojave County Health Department. You supported the use of legal machinations which threatened to turn an antiquated nuisance abatement ordinance into grounds for law enforcement intervention, fines, and other means of coercion. Gene Bishop also ignored, ridiculed, and attempted to censor the voice of the Havasu Patriots movement and other citizens objecting to tyrannical government overreach. We filed complaints with the Arizona AG's office for placing security guards at the entrance to the meetings to keep us from attending because we refused to wear masks and challenge their narrative. Gene Bishop, through her words and actions, propagated the fear campaign and offered the gym teacher masquerading as a health authority protection from scrutiny and debate by structuring COVID-19 status updates without public input. The last thing politicians and those who perceive power want is an informed and empowered citizenry. Go to tacticalcivics.com,
Ma'am,
DesertSagePodcast.com.
could you read that gentleman's name into the record? I don't know who that was.
Yes, it was Greg Beaufort.
Greg
He's a
Beaufort?
Yes. I believe he's from Havasu. He asked me if I would present this today for him because he couldn't be here.
Harmon Stance?
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Armin Stange, Fort Mojave. The past 2 weeks, we had 2 sheriff's arrests in our neighborhood. One was a long-time person they're looking for. The second time, we had an interstate fugitive that got arrested last week, actually. And we do need some help in the neighborhood. La Claire Acres is turning into a criminal haven. We need to do something. We need to get rid of the nuisance properties. We need to get rid of the nuisance period in Fort Mojave. This is getting out of hand. We have fugitives coming in from other states and they think they can do whatever in our city or town. You know, Mojave County needs to change. We need to enforce the laws we have. And when we call the Sheriff's Department, we really would appreciate a call back with a number what is accepted by a phone. And if asked for contact, give the citizens contact. You know, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Walter Spar?
Two weeks ago, I told you that the county attorney was obstructing justice and actually lying to me about going forward with prosecution relative to 2 attorneys who committed 72 felonies. The reason that the county attorney could not go forward is because he said my case needed more time, and his staff does not do any investigations. These are copies of 2 of his apparently non-existent investigators. So you can decide for yourself whether he's telling me the truth. I met these 2 guys. Actually, they're pretty nice guys, but they told me that they do investigations, criminal investigations for the county attorney's office. If the county attorney tells you that there's no foundation, legal foundation or authority for you to go forward with this grand jury issue, then he will be lying to you in violation of this law. And if you decide that he should be prosecuted for making false statements to you, then I guess you have to ask him to prosecute himself, because you don't have access to the grand jury, and that would be the only other avenue that you would have. Now, the Arizona statute grants you the authority to make law, and it's clear. If he told you you don't have the authority to make that law, then I think he would be dishonest with you. If the county attorney is the subject of any grand jury investigation, neither he or any of the staff members are allowed in the room when that is going on. The ordinance that I'm asking you to activate, have a public hearing on it, is I've submitted to you before. And I believe you have seen the Supreme Court decision stating that that you have that authority and the people have that authority, and the grand jury works for the people and not for the county attorney. Electromagnetic weapons is one of my responsibilities. Nuclear fusion is one of my responsibilities. I don't have any more time to come in here and talk to you folks. You have my contact information, so please come and talk to me. I will give you several hours of time.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Mr. Spar. Walt. Will you provide that documentation to the clerk so we can all get a copy? It was hard to see. Can you give your presentation to the clerk so we can all get a copy? We couldn't see it too good on the...
Buster, I'm still there.
I know. He's asking if you can provide your documentation to the clerk of the board.
They want a copy of, can they keep that
Oh.
copy?
Of all of this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Don Martin, you're up next.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We get the screen up, please.
Good morning, Chairman Lincoln Filter, supervisors and staff. My name is Don Martin. I live in Kingman, Arizona. I'd like to share with you an article that I wrote and was published in the Kingman Miner yesterday. It concerns the recent tragedy that occurred in Israel, where Hamas militants murdered hundreds of innocent and defenseless Israelis, including senior citizens, women, children, and even babies who were killed in their cribs. Israel does not have anything like our Second Amendment. The Israeli people only have the police and military to defend them. And while the Israeli army is second to none, in this case, they could not react in time to save hundreds. Having served in both the military and police, I know that in times of crisis like occurred in Israel, initially people have themselves to protect their families and neighbors. And when facing armed fanatics who are bent on killing and kidnapping innocent civilians, the time to react is very short. We in America have the Second Amendment that allows our citizens to defend themselves, their families, and yes, our country from these kind of cowardly and brutal attacks. The event should be a wake-up to all Americans. Could this happen in America? Absolutely. Under Biden's open borders policy, Thousands of military-aged men from foreign countries who harbor and train terrorists are already here. I'm thankful that all of you support the Sheriff's Office and the Second Amendment, as are many behind me who are strong supporters of the right to keep and bear arms. If this kind of murderous behavior ever comes to Mojave County, I'm confident that many of us, myself included, will answer the call and will defend our country, our families, and our neighbors. That is the reason why we must never lose our Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms. God bless America and the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you. Jennifer Esposito, candidate for District 4 County Supervisor. I previously spoke about the capital projects and the budget issues, and I may have spoken in error, and I would like to apologize for that because I am not too big of a person to admit that I may have been wrong. I stated that the $2 million animal shelter had ballooned to $5.5 million. But this week I saw a statement by Supervisor Angus that said that the actual number was $7 million. From $2 million to $7 million. Additionally, the courthouse renovation, back in 2019, $5 million, now up to almost $12 million. We have a lot of talk and discussion about, we might have to let employees go if we can't cut certain departments and things. If this county were running as a private corporation rather than a public corporation, every single employee from top to bottom who is responsible for these multi-million-dollar cost overruns would not be employed. That's a fact I don't think anybody here would dispute. But somehow, because we have the entrenched bureaucracy of government, people are allowed to either misrepresent numbers to you, the board, or mismanage the money that you allocate to them with no repercussions, no consequences. You set policy. If you set policy and say there shouldn't be, we should have a travel ban or we should have a hiring freeze, then that policy should be implemented, because we trust you as our elected officials to make those decisions. And staff and the county manager should respect those decisions. Whether we all agree with them or not is irrelevant. You have control of this budget. You have control of these finances. As you go forward into the next budget issue, meeting, workshop, whatever you want to call it, I know that it's on there to talk about the tax. I disagree with the tax. I think that we don't need it. I think that we need better money management. That's my personal opinion. I do still believe that roads and public safety should come first before a lot of the other extraneous things that we do. And I think that we need to take a stronger role. If it takes line by line, that's what you signed up for. That's what apparently I'm signing up for. And believe me, there are days when I think, gee, do I really want to do this? I look at you and I feel sorry for you when the county manager puts too many things on your agenda and keeps everyone here too long. And lastly, I would like to address an agenda item. I believe it's agenda item 13. I'm concerned anytime we take grant money from the Department of Homeland Security, especially when it's such a meager amount in the scheme of things, because these grants are entangling and always have, things in the fine print that can come back to haunt us. And it's sort of like the old parable about letting the snake in and then being surprised when it bites you. So I'm not sure the details, but I would hope you would scrutinize that. Thank you.
Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley, Chairman, Supervisors. I'm here to speak on item 12 on the consent agenda. It's good to see that we finally getting some money to apply to our water resources there. It seems like an awful lot of money for such a little amount of water that we're going to be able to put in the ground. 185 acre feet annually on those two things for a cost of almost $3.9 million. Now, one, I think we're starting at the wrong end of the watershed, but we're short 30,000 acre feet going into the aquifer. So that would mean we only need 161 years for that to put that much water in there, or we need 161 more projects that's going to cost $4 million a piece, which to me is a heck of a lot of money. But I am glad to see that we're finally getting some money and we can actually get something done. I just wish we were doing it a little differently and slowing the water down and having multiple areas that we could be infiltrating water instead of just one. So, but at least we got to start. Thank you.
Pastor Roy Hagemeyer.
Good morning, Roy Hagemeyer, Mojave Valley. Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. Today I come to you asking for help. Some weeks ago, Jean Kinch came to you asking for help to eliminate certain people from the precinct committee position in District Number 2. Her reasoning was bad behavior. Yet it seems to me that what we have witnessed as bad behavior is solely on the part of her and the part of the other board members of the Mojave County Republican Central Committee. Since that time, there was another vote to elect a new District 2 director, of which I was a witness, and I was called upon to give an invocation for that gathering. Sadly, the tension in that room that day of about 50 people was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. And since that time, there have been several bad attempts to get rid of more people that the board doesn't like. I am beyond disappointed in the MCRCC board. They become just like what we freedom-loving conservatives dislike, Democrat socialists. They desire to control everyone or destroy them if they fail to step in line with their agenda. This is a sad day for the Mojave County Republican Party, a dismal day. I am so disenchanted that I am considering leaving the party and going to the Independent Party. I have no desire to be associated with such wicked and evil people. They are not Republicans, maybe rhinos at best. Now, I know that you are all Republicans, and I'm calling on you as elected officials to stand up for freedom and denounce this communist takeover of our party. I love this party, and I've been a member of it for many years. The Republican Party in Mojave County is not the party of Lincoln or Reagan, and they would both stand firmly against it. Ms. Kinch has been described by some as Nazi-like for creating Nazi-like conduct councils. And what is happening to the Republican Party? What is here? And we've been asked to choose for many years the lesser of two evils, and unless until Jesus Christ is on the ballot, that will always be the case. All of you are probably running for re-election or election to another office in the next year. Unless you stand up for what is right, you will lose. We, the people of this county, will not stand for what is happening here. We will all vote so-called Republicans out of office and choose the right conservative constitutional candidates. We read in the Bible in James 4:17, so whoever knows what is right to do and fails to do it, for him that is sin. Going along to get along will not get it in this next election. We want honest conservatives who will stand up for what is right. And if you don't know the Constitution and you don't live by it with every decision that you make, drop out now. We have no need for you. You need to do the right thing today and stand against what is happening. If you remain silent, the tyranny in Mojave County will continue. Dietrich Bonhoeffer once said, "Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act." Thank you.
Joy Bancroft.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors, and important people sitting there. My name is Joy Bancroft, and I live in the wonderful community of Topak Golden Shores. I would like to ask today something of one of the supervisors. I know Wednesday you have the special meeting, and the Board of Supervisors will vote on agenda item 1, which is the levy of a 1/4 cent excise tax for the county. I'm sorry, but I am in favor of it. And I urge Supervisor Gould to consider a vote of yes. I know with the principals, you felt strongly about this vote, but please set that aside. Let me tell you something about the weekend in Topak. We had dust all over Topak all weekend long, and I'm not complaining because it's from the razors and the off-road enthusiasts, and I could be normally one of those people. But these folks are weekenders, locals, snowbirds who buy things in this county. They buy trucks, they buy razors, they buy RVs, they eat in our restaurants. There are a lot of those people, and they buy boats. They buy boats in this county. So these are revenues from that tax that could be used in this county budget. And I urge Supervisor Gold to take a look at your colleagues who feel very strongly about this. And it would make a difference to the budget. It would alleviate property tax increases. It would affect county employees and especially our sheriffs. Don't ask me to talk about the sheriffs because I could talk about them, praising them for hours, what they've done for Topak. We need sheriffs and more sheriffs. And bottom line, this is a tax that would be helpful to this county. So thank you very much.
That was our last speaker. We're going to move up item number 38, which is a public hearing. So I am going to open the public hearing on item number 38. We have several people that have signed up to speak. Marion Ward. Sorry, City Councilor Marion Ward.
My name is Marion Ward. I live at 3240 North Apache, and I'm also Kingman City Councilman. And I just wanted to urge you to vote yes on this resolution for the overlay, and that's basically all I got. Thank you.
Caitlin Smith.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Smith. I am from Hackberry, Arizona. I am speaking to you to ask you to support the proposed moratorium concerning the influx of green energy to the Wallapai Basin and North Kingman area. I am sure everyone here is aware that most of Mojave County is dominated by rural communities that cherish the opportunity to be far away from heavy industrialization and crowded metropolitan centers. However, the recent interest from large-scale green energy corporations in setting up shop within the basin is a subject of concern for us citizens and the Board of Supervisors as well. I would like to call attention to the nature of green energy projects not being as environmentally sound as they seem to be on the surface. For example, this board just 2 weeks ago voted down the proposed rezone for the installation of a large-scale green hydrogen production plant, which proposed a direct threat to the health and longevity of the Wallapai Basin aquifer, which is the main water source for Kingman and surrounding communities. The proposed moratorium would allow for our community and our representatives and local government alike to do their due diligence to conduct research and inquiry regarding any prospective new arrivals scouting property for industrialization. The moratorium in question would be a 120-day hold, barring any new proposals from barraging our local government. This does not mean that future proposals would be instantly rejected or ignored. They would simply be delayed, allowing for better investigation of what is really at stake with the proposal. There have been arguments that the moratorium would be a weapon wielded against private property rights of the landowners within the Wallapai Basin. While this is one opinion, we should also consider the fundamental differences between the creation of an industrial-level power production operation and a resident installing a few solar panels on the roof of a home or business. This moratorium would only be regarding mass-scale green energy endeavors and would not bar private residential or business projects that would provide power to directly support that home or business. It's essentially weighing the difference between regulating the installation of 3 solar panels on your home or 3,000 acres of solar panels across what was formerly agricultural land. Thus, this measure poses zero threat to local business interests or utilities and only poses to hold back predatory corporate encroachment. I ask you to put the interests of our citizenry first and foremost over the dubious motivations of foreign-owned corporations. Protecting the natural resources of Mojave County and preserving the longevity of our community should be the main concern of you, our Board of Supervisors. I urge you to do your duty and to protect the interests of your people before capitulating to the whims of opportunists moving in to capitalize on federal funding with no regard for the long-lasting effects on our community.
Jody Smith.
Morning, Jody Smith, Hackberry. I'm speaking in support of the Board of Supervisors resolution implementing a moratorium on the designation of the energy overlay zone. Mojave County is under siege by huge corporations wanting to use land in the Wallapai Basin, Red Lake area to implement solar fields and build hydrogen production plants. This is a horrible idea for our county. These projects do not intend to provide power to Mojave County. They plan to sell the energy generated to California and Nevada. Everyone here can agree that the Wallapai Basin is threatened. The source of our area's water has to be conserved. Careful thought has to be put into what industries are allowed to come into our area. The welfare of the citizens depending on the basin for water has to be considered first. Without water, Kingman and the surrounding communities will cease to exist. No amount of industry is worth using all of our groundwater. The future has to be considered. Do we want to squander the next generation's future on experimental green energy? Or do we want to be responsible and protect our most precious resources? Do we want our county to be a landfill for used solar panels that cannot be recycled when they are no longer of use? The 120-day pause to allow the county to decide what is best for the future of our area is the smart thing to do. These corporations are trying to lead everyone to believe that the moratorium threatens private property rights. It does not. The moratorium exempts residential projects and private company projects that would provide power to support that home or business. There's a big difference in using solar panels to power a home or business and having thousands of acres of solar to provide energy for other states. This also will not affect local co-ops or electric companies from producing power for our citizens, so the moratorium poses no threat to local business or utility operations. Huge foreign-owned corporations do not have our best interests in mind. They will come into our county, ruin our land, and use up all of our water, and then they will leave. Mojave County needs to stand up and say no to these corporate bullies subsidized by our misguided federal government. Let our county be an example. It is time to stand up to outside interests and protect Mojave County. Thank you.
Ray Riccardi.
My name's Ray Ricciardi. I reside in Bella Vista. I'm here about the moratorium. I would like to stop the revolving door of corporate interests in regards to our water and our water resources. These people need to be sent back to the corporate boards and tell them without a doubt, Mojave County does not support anything to do with this. Enforce the moratorium. Thank you.
Danielle Oli-Keck.
Danielle Oliket, Golden Valley. Hello, Chairman and Supervisors. Thank you for this time. Today, I'm representing over 400 Mojave County residents, as well as an additional 300 other individuals who are in favor of the proposed moratorium. We believe it is not only a wise move for our county, but it's also the right thing to do. This is our home and the land that our children will inherit. It is crucial that we take time to weigh our decisions and with extreme care and consideration. As residents, we have quickly learned how many of these renewable energy developers tend to operate. They seem to try and fly in under the radar with the least amount of community engagement, and we are not comfortable with that. A real question we must all ask ourselves is should the promise of future taxable revenues and jobs automatically get approval? Or should we be able to have a discussion on the pros and cons that come with utility scale sized projects? As a county, we are awake, we are watching, and we are waiting for our supervisors to make the right move. We might not have deep pockets, but we have a deep love and respect for this land. And I want to thank everybody in Bullhead City, Chloride, Colorado City, Dolan Springs, Fort Mojave, Golden Valley, Hackberry, Kingman, Lake Havasu, Meadview, White Hills, and Yucca for signing our petition in support of this moratorium. Thank you.
Robert Smith.
Good morning, Robert Smith, Bullhead City. Chairman Lingenfelter, board and staff. I urge you to approve the moratorium, and I only ask one thing of you to consider not doing it at 120 days, but to extend it to at least 180 days. With the holiday seasons coming up, there's probably a lot of us are going to be absent from the area. And I know you don't have a late December meeting. With the reimplementation of the Parks, Land, and Recreation Commission, which I'm the past chair, it will give us adequate time to maybe gain more comprehensive information to give a recommendation so that we don't make a bad decision and leave a mess for our current and future generations of Mojave County. And just with a large audience today, can we just see a show of hands of how many people are in favor of implementing the moratorium? Looks like most everybody. That should speak for itself. Thank you very much.
Chris Rodarte.
Chris Rodarty, Mojave County taxpayer. I am in favor of the adoption of BOS Resolution 2023-159 to implement a moratorium on the designation of the energy overlay zone for 120 days. As I have mentioned previously, Genesis 1:28 outlines God's commandment that man be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, having dominion over every living thing. This command provides a foundation for wise scientific and technological development, but is not, however, a mandate to exploit the earth and its creatures to satisfy human greed. God expects human beings will use the earth wisely and govern it with the same sense of responsibility and care that He has toward the whole of His creation. These so-called renewable energy projects destroy the natural resources and landscape of our beloved God-given rural lands, killing our wildlife, stealing our water, and threatening human survival for the benefit of a few greed-driven billionaire elitists. We must not succumb to the whims of the globalist overlords. You must approve the moratorium. And in 120 days, these proponents of destruction will be back, hawking their wares, pitching their projects, exploiting your naivety, and pushing their 2030 agenda. But rest assured, we the people will be back too, for as long as it takes, as loud as it takes, for as many of us as it takes to rid Mojave County of this evil takeover once and for all. Vote yes on the moratorium. Thank you.
Natalie Hammond-Zindy.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Hammond-Zitting. I'm a resident of Centennial Park, Arizona, located several miles south of Colorado City, and a Mojave County taxpayer. I have lived in this area for 20 years and bask in the beauty of the landscape God has blessed us with in the North Canyon. I want to stand in favor of placing a moratorium on the 70,000 plus acres of the Hurricane Wash Wind Project. This project borders our community and will hinder the progress we have been working so hard for in our town in the last decade. A few concerns. What jobs will this bring to our local community? The majority of our town travels for jobs. How do we ensure that economically this will benefit the residents? These projects are funding large corporations and taking the resources outside of our community, yet bringing in the noise, nuisance, and eyesore. Secondly, we heavily rely on tourism for income. Being the backside of Zion, we have an obligation to maintain its natural beauty. Water Canyon, White Rocks, Edge of the World, Mount Trumbull, and the amphitheater are just several attractions that we rely on, and those projects will affect every single one of those attractions. You wouldn't consider putting 300 wind turbines in the heart of Sedona. Why is it a consideration in our area? In my opinion, our Tri-City area in the past has lacked leadership in advocating and providing a workable relationship. We have worked tirelessly for the last 10 years in getting involved, educating the locals on the events that are happening within our city and our community and our county, and learning to get involved. We ask the Board of Supervisors to invest in us and our voices as we learn to advocate and work together. We want to build trust and be team players. With that said, we want to be ensured that we are being heard and represented. It's great to see some of the supervisors and county representatives' faces that have shown up in our community, listening and inquiring of the needs of our community. Activating this moratorium will allow us time we need so desperately to ensure that we are making choices that will benefit our people and our land. Although the Grand Canyon separates us, please know we have voices and we are willing to roll up our sleeves and work together in keeping the natural beauty of our homeland. Thank you.
John Tolton. John Tolton.
Good morning, Supervisors. John Tolton. I represent Wallapai Valley Farm, north of Kingman. I oppose this moratorium, and so does the farm. And I would implore you to deeply reflect on the values that underpin or are undermined by this moratorium. The purpose of values, I think we know, is to help guide our decision-making when there's lack of clarity or when our short-sightedness thinks that outcomes might work against us. We can't just apply values when the outcomes look immediately appealing. Part of America's great success are the values of free enterprise. The backbone of this system includes a government that enforces property rights and provides necessary goods and services that the private market would have difficulty producing. This implies great freedom. However, unlimited freedom is impossible because we have competing interests. Supreme Court Justice William Douglas once said, "My freedom to move my fist must be limited by the proximity of your chin." So I think we can agree that free enterprise and property rights are pillars of America. The question is, when is it appropriate to create regulations that infringe on property rights? 101 years ago, Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes said that the general rule, at least, is that while property may be regulated to a certain extent, if regulation goes too far, it'll be recognized as a taking, basically a seizing of land. This was the case of Pennsylvania Coal, where the state law tried to prohibit a coal company's operations through regulations, and it was ultimately considered regulatory takings. Zoning regulations, including moratoria, are classic situations where regulatory takings can occur. Another Supreme Court case in 1980, Aggins versus City of Tiburon, it stated that the application of land use regulations to property is a taking only if the ordinance does not substantially advance legitimate state, or I'll add county, interests, or denies an owner economically viable use of their land. This moratorium not only doesn't advance county interests, it goes directly against them. Mojave County's general plan in 2015 encouraged county support for alternative energy projects and the development of renewable energy production facilities. The county has a budget deficit, and this moratorium will exacerbate that deficit by foregoing revenues from projects. Additionally, it denies an owner economically viable use of the land. Whether this is the only use of the land, an additional revenue stream, or to support agricultural operations, this will disallow those uses. So in closing, I would just implore you again to consider what are the values that are being considered here, as opposed to some specific cases. These moratorium are going up and are being argued all around the country. Is Mojave County going to be one that kind of buckles under the pressure of the immediate politics, or is it going to be something that upholds tried and true values of this country? Thank you.
Samantha Hammond.
I want to start off by saying thank you, Chairman and Supervisors, for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinions and concerns. I'm with my dad today. We drove about 4.5 hours to be here from Centennial Park. I'm also absent from school today because I believe that it's important for me to be here and to be heard. This hurricane wind wash project will be affecting my generation in such a sad way. Not only will we be living next to a massive wind energy source, but we'll have to live with the constant flashing lights that come with this project. I can appreciate renewable energy, but why so very close to my backyard? My brothers and I will never ever again be able to ride our dirt bikes through these fields together. My dad and I will never be able to take long Jeep rides down these sandy roads. How am I supposed to take my kids to show them the beautiful scenery my dad showed me if it's filled with wind turbines? The decisions your generation is making is affecting you hardly. Who it really affects is my whole generation. I believe I speak for the youth of my community when I say, don't block our chances to carry on the history of those fields. Thank you.
Eric Ellis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisors. My name is Eric Ellis. I'm a resident of the state for 54 years. I live in Maricopa County, just inside Phoenix. I'm here to just make myself available to you should you have questions. I've worked in the power industry for 25 years. I've read through a lot of the literature that has been shared on water use, on taxes, on fire risk, on job creation, on the need for kind of a federal government NEPA-style process. Also would like the opportunity to talk to you about what good community engagement looks like. So, you know, across the board, these projects, renewable energy projects, use very little water. A project about 200 megawatts in size, which is a big project, would provide enough energy for about 40,000 residents a year, will use the annual water consumption of about a family of 3. And I have a little presentation. I can put it up on the screen and walk through. Each panel uses about 22 ounces for water. If you do the simple math, it's the equivalent family use of a single family of 3 for a year. From a property tax perspective, there's a phenomenal opportunity to balance the budget. Another speaker will be coming up to talk about how a simple 200 megawatt project will contribute $30 million in local property taxes. Over the life of the project. That will reduce taxes for the residents of Mojave County. It's a phenomenal engine for job creation during the construction period. It brings in 200 to 300 residents, which all are going to populate the local businesses. With respect to fire risk, I'm developing, so the project that let me back up and tell you about my company. We're building a project in Pinal County. Within the 3 years that we've been developing that project, there was a huge natural gas explosion that killed 2 residents there. Every single energy technology bears its risks. In Massachusetts, there was a gas explosion that burned 40 homes. All of these technologies have their risks, and if you design them well and you use the current standards, the risks are completely manageable. We could talk about the really low fire risk and then how a fire department would respond to it. It's pretty straightforward. The other thing we'd talk about is just the opportunity to free enterprise go to work. This body already has the tools to reject a poorly planned project, but to unilaterally say that no project should move forward would be, I think, an error, because you can bring good projects that are well-sited. The projects that we're planning are miles away from the nearest neighbor. They're contributing $30 million to Pinal County coffers, another $60 million to the educational and hospital and prison trust in the state of Arizona. So these projects really can provide tremendous benefits for very, very little impact. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions now or later.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to need to call the next speaker.
You bet.
Charles Hammond.
Mr. Chairman.
This is a public hearing. I'm going to go through all the comments. Charles Hammond.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Charles Hammond. I'm a resident of Centennial Park, Arizona, which is in the Arizona Strip area. I have a number of notes, but I get worked up, and some folks here have made some wonderful statements, and I'd like to reiterate a few. I want to make it clear that I am an advocate of renewable energy. I'm a fan of clean energy. But I want to bring to light that this proposed project has a land mass coverage of 3.5 times the city of Kingman. The area intended for this project sits in one of the most gorgeous landscapes in Arizona. And it is directly adjacent to our community. This area of the unincorporated area of Mojave County, south of Colorado City and north of the Grand Canyon, is our home. And it's been our home for generations. And it will be, I hope, for future generations. And I know that no one making these decisions on policy, and I would bet that no one in this room would want to live right next to 70,000 acres of wind turbines. I believe there is a place for this project. I believe there's a possibility for this type of energy, but I am adamant that this is the wrong location. If our federal government feels like this is an appropriate location for a national monument, then a wind turbine farm of this size is not appropriate directly west and adjacent to it. We rely and live in one of the most beautiful areas. Tourism was mentioned, but our culture, our heritage, our life, our lifestyles, and our quality of living is something that we count on you elected officials to stand up for us to protect. And I believe that you will. But it's important that we are here to let you know, at least in my opinion, that I strongly say, support this moratorium and put up some resistance to outside influences who want to tell us in Mojave County what we are going to do with our lands. And I appreciate the efforts that this Board of Supervisors has taken to put up a voice for us, those that we elect. You represent us. Ants and anvils, and I am grateful for all of these levels of government, local, county, state, and federal. And I, again, want to voice my strong support for a moratorium and a more responsible approach to clean energy. Thank you very much.
Don Martin.
Chairman Lincolnfelter, board, and staff. My name's Don Martin. I live here in Kingman. I've been watching this thing from the very beginning, and it amazes me that the outside influences that want to come in and change the culture, the values, and that we have here in Mojave County. I've lived here for over 50 years, and I've seen changes in the county, but nothing like is being proposed by all these radical green energy projects. I'm against those because they destroy our most precious resource, which is water. We know that Wallapai Basin is a threatened system, and to continually allow the unfettered access to it, and they pull water out of there for all these green energy projects, is detrimental to this county and the things that we all moved here for, that we love. We like that open space. We like to see the landscape like it is, and we like to see our communities grow responsibly. This stuff where they're putting thousands of acres of solar panels, I could never have imagined 50 years ago when I moved to Mojave County. I think what you're doing today by creating a moratorium, it's not a denial of private property rights forever. It's a chance for you and the county staff to look at what's being proposed and what is the best and most responsible use for these kind of projects, if they are to be even considered. If you were proposing a permanent moratorium, I would stand up here and say, no, I'm against it. But I don't see that. I don't hear that. You're asking for a temporary. And as a private landowner myself, not very much, but a little bit, I understand. I don't want government telling me what I can do and what I can't do. But I also understand that if it's a temporary situation while it's looked at, and whatever I'm proposing to do is not detrimental to my neighbors, my family, my county, then I'm all for it. So I absolutely support what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley, Chairman, Supervisors. I moved here about 9 years or so ago, and one of the first things I noticed was that we're about 25, 30 years behind a lot of the other part of the countries, and even different countries. We've already allowed green energy projects here to be installed, and now we want a moratorium. We didn't have them put those solar farms in the best manner that they could be to make them more efficient and or have an alternate use for the land. It's like green energy has been around for decades where I came from. So
Continue,
live
sir.
anywhere in the United States I want
Mr.
to.
Hollins, please direct your comments.
So I'm not necessarily against the moratorium. I'm questioning why we even have to have it. Shouldn't we have the knowledge already to just make the decision that needs to be made? What's the 120 days going to do for us? We should be able to make that decision today. So if we're going to allow some things in there, again, like I said before, if we have solar farms out there, but we let them put them in as a monocrop thing, and that's the only thing that they're going to be good for the next 25 or 30 years. We didn't do anything to protect the water, to keep the water on the land. We just let it run off. Or if we put them up there and plants could have grown underneath there, cooled the thing, made more electricity. We need to look at how they're installing things, let alone what it is that they're installing. So, moratorium, that's your decision. Thank you.
Michael Bradshaw.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelder and members of the board. I'm Michael Bradshaw from Centennial Park, Arizona, and a member of the Mojave County Planning Commission. I appreciate you bringing forward this moratorium and willingness to advance these discussions. I am in support of the moratorium, and the challenge that we have right now is we have so much lore and misinformation on these projects coming from all sides. And so we need to just pause and listen and find out what is the best policy moving forward for this county. I'm concerned that what these facilities have, the ramifications for our quality of life and our natural resources. And to date, I don't think we've got a complete answer from these companies. So I have a few questions that I'd like answered before a lot of these projects move forward. Number one, what are the short-term and long-term job opportunities for local economies? We've heard that there are some, but we don't know the numbers, we don't know the length, we don't know the quality. Number two, what are the property and energy taxes that could be established and or made available for the local economies? Other states have energy taxes. For instance, North Dakota, they have a 5% energy tax on every barrel of oil that comes out of their ground. How do we benefit from these energy companies? How do we benefit from these energy farms? Number three, are there local kickbacks on energy from these facilities? Could these energy farms provide a low or no cost power remuneration to the local economies? And number four, what oversights are in place on the county and state level to ensure that these companies fulfill their commitments through the design and construction, operations, and decommissioning phases of these projects? And to date, we haven't seen anything from these companies saying that this is our process, this is what we're going to do, this is how we are going to move forward, and the policies that we are implementing. So a couple of things that I think that should maybe be enacted. Number one, what about an environmental wildlife impact study? Have those been done? What about a water impact report? We haven't seen anything like that. A life cycle projection and reclamation renewal report. A safety report, including fire safety. We hear fire safety, we don't have actual data. Reclamation and renewal bonds. Who's going to pay for these, the renewal of these? Public outreach. None of that's happening. And so I really am anxious that these projects move forward smartly, accurately, and I implore a serious look at how these lands and resources and quality of life will be affected by these thousands of acres being plundered by these energy companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Sweet. Dennis Sweet. All right, Gary Pyle? Gary Pyle?
Gary Dial, 12970 North Stockton Hill Road, outside of Kingman, Arizona. Thanks for having me, Board of Supervisors. Moratorium considerations. I guess that's what we're here to do today. Sounds like we got a pretty diverse opinion of the crowd, and that's good. Private property rights and free enterprises on deeded property are a concern to myself. The particular project that I've been involved with is 10 years old. It has always considered solar as an energy option. However, we were not quite there. We had to exhaust all possibilities with local utility providers, Mojave Electric and Unisource Energy, Tucson Electric and Power. We have done all that, and we are still in conversations with Mojave Electric, but solar has come a long ways. Mojave Electric itself, as well as Unisource, use solar today in the county to reinforce their grid. It's a fact. We don't want to be looked at as these outside agencies looking to take the money that the Biden administration has offered up. We are an existing project, and we need power, and we want to get ourselves weaned off of diesel burning motors and go electric. We are considering the possibility of utility grade solar, as well as a connection with Mojave Electric. Those considerations are still being worked out and engineered out. Some of the comments about the job base are true. We would bring in a lot of different jobs, some of them temporary, some of them permanent. I know for a fact that the permanent ones will be quality paying jobs. The water usage subject with solar, there is no water usage. Okay, we use water during the construction phase, but it's no different than the road construction happening right down here in downtown Old Town Kingman, building a Circle K, building a Walmart, whatever. We are gonna have no battery storage. We are gonna have no wind turbines, 100, 200 foot in the air. We are looking at solar panels, and we have decreased our footprint considerably, down to 75%. And we would like to continue to be able to work with the county officials, county manager, county supervisors, and our door is open. Thank you.
Roy Curtis.
Morning, everyone. My name is Roy Curtis. I live out Stockton Hill Road, just a little past mile marker 19. on the east side. I'm here, first off, to support the moratorium, take a good look at things and how things are being done. I don't know whose property rights are more important. If you have more money, does it make your property rights more important than the guy who doesn't have all the money? I think everybody's property rights are in question here. Let's place a diagram up here. This is from your website. It's your land use diagram, section 2. Includes all this area out there we're talking about. If you change the layer and go in on the zoning, it's all AR36. Specifically, AR36 uses. AR zone is primarily intended to allow single-family residential uses on suburban and rural parcels. Also allow domestic livestock, other personal agricultural endeavors, and other uses listed below. Agricultural operations on parcels of 5 acres or more may be eligible for an exemption. Nowhere in here does it talk about utility grade projects, commercial projects, industrial projects. I don't know how we've got a big commercial farm out there. I don't know how that happened, but they're taking water like crazy. What does everybody want out there? They want that water. And that water is not a renewable resource. Water is not a renewable resource. There's no such thing as green energy. Everything used to make the things that provide the green energy is made with things that burn fossil fuel. So, and a lot of it's not recyclable. So, just support it. I would like to see the area made into a scenic byway so we don't have these kind of problems out there. I'm not against different types of energy production, but I think it's the wrong area to do it. It's not a good fit for that area. Thank you very much.
Autumn Johnson. Autumn Johnson. Okay.
She was asleep. Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. Autumn Johnson on behalf of the Arizona Solar Energy Industries Association, or ARISEA. ARISEA is the state's solar storage and electrification nonprofit trade association, and we urge you to vote no on the renewables moratorium. We provided a letter to the board on October 10th, which is in today's meeting materials. In addition to that, it includes our economic impact and tax revenue analysis prepared by an Arizona-based economist at Elliott D. Pollock and Company. I have print copies if anyone would like one. I have 7. Takers? No? You have the copies, okay. And just in reference to the comments from the gentleman from the Planning and Zoning Commission, the questions he referenced regarding the economics are all contained within that report, which again is in the materials for online for everyone today. It is my understanding from prior board meetings and media coverage that the county is facing a significant budget deficit, which will likely result in a large budget cut. That cut will result in reduced services for the folks in this room. People will lose their jobs, including first responders. There are solutions at the county's fingertips, including renewables development. The Elliott D. Pollock study reflects that even one standard size solar project can provide the county with more than $1 million in tax revenue just in the first year. Each project has tax benefits over the life of the project, as well as economic benefits. Over the life of a single project, the county would reap approximately $30.9 million from taxes and $392.8 million from other economic activity, such as salaries and revenue associated with people working at these projects. It is incorrect that solar uses a lot of water. Solar uses less water than most other electricity generating resources. I include operations and life cycle assessments in my letter to the board. We just spent 8 months working with the city of Eloy and Pinal County on an updated ordinance related to utility scale solar. Staff freely acknowledged that solar does not use a lot of water. I also recently met with the Arizona State Land Department earlier this year and about utility scale renewables development, and they also acknowledged the same thing. The technology we are talking about today is photovoltaic, PV, and it simply does not use much water. Solar also uses vastly less water than other land uses, such as agriculture. Finally, I'd like to address some of the comments related to the location of electricity generating technologies relative to population centers. We have an interconnected grid. The entire Western US is in the Western Interconnect. Power is produced and transmitted all over that grid. It is impossible to tell where one customer's power is coming from. I participate in the resource planning processes for all of Arizona's major utilities. They are all looking at load growth. For grid purposes, it does not matter if the load growth is in Kingman or Mesa. If our utilities don't have enough resources to meet that demand, the lights are going to go out. Unless Mojave County has a microgrid, you will also be impacted. We simply need the resources. The utilities need the resources. I get that no one wants to see infrastructure it takes to keep the lights on, and yet we all want the lights to work. I personally have distribution lines and a substation in walking distance to my house, as well as a canal. Seeing that infrastructure is a necessity. I just have one sentence if I can continue. If other counties enact what you're proposing, Mojave County will not have power either. Please vote no on the moratorium. The county already has the mechanisms necessary to review and approve these projects on a case-by-case basis without the moratorium.
I'm going to have to cut you off. Sorry, in fairness to everybody else. Thank you. Jennifer
Thank you for your
Esposito.
time.
Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. I am strongly in favor of the moratorium. I think it doesn't go far enough or long enough. I understand that you thought it was a compromise to shorten it to 120 days. I think that was not the best decision, but it is what it is, and it is a cooling off period. So if that is your will, then we will come back again and again and again until the will of the majority of the people of Mojave County is implemented. I would actually go a little further with this. I don't have a problem. We have existing alternative energy, and I'm going to use the term alternative energy because it's not green, it's not renewable. That's a whole discussion we could have. But we have what we have. We have to consider the future and the vision for this county. We have very little control over most of the land in this county, which is federal. We have an administration that is bound and determined to cram this down our throat on public lands. So the only thing we do have control over is the lands within this county. We talk about private property rights. Well, the principle of non-aggression says that your rights end where someone else's rights begin. And if you buy property, you don't have the right to force it on your neighbors if you want to do a commercial scale alternative energy project. So I would actually, my proposal would be that you take this to the voters, that you consider drafting something to be on the November 2024 ballot to completely eliminate the alternative energy commercial overlay for Mojave County completely, and let the people decide. Because I know what the majority of people who've been coming here would want, and I can extrapolate that across the voter, demographics for the entire county. But if you don't want to be the ones to make the decision, why don't you just grandfather in the existing projects and put it to a vote of the people? Just completely eliminate the option altogether. Solar endangers the habitat of tortoises and Gila monsters and other animals. Wind causes problems for eagles and hawks and other birds. Hydrogen is completely unproven and amounts to nothing more than water farming or water mining exported out of our aquifers to the detriment of the people of the county as a whole. But if you don't want the burden of being the ones to make this decision, why don't you let us make the decision? I'm pretty sure I know how that would go, but I'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Josh Ott. Josh Ott.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Josh Ott. Born and raised here. Didn't move here 5 or 10 years ago. I'm here to speak against the moratorium. I believe that there are vital concerns people have. I don't think that a full stop on everything is necessarily a good answer. I think that you should address it on a case-by-case basis. Thank you. Bye.
Dennis Lange. Dennis Lang. Oh my gosh, sorry.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for inviting us to speak. I would like to make Travis Linkenfelter, I would like to talk about you, Travis, because you, in my opinion, are a hero. You picked up the ball for not only the water, you pick up the ball for everything else that is important to this county. Regina Cobb was working harder with that water, and she got turned back by one person every time. Same thing happens to you. I think we have a default in our system where one person can do that and ruin the other people by not having to preserve our water. Somehow that should be changed. But I'm going to turn on to another subject. I am totally agree with this stopping of this procedure with all these environmental things. Now, it's been said very eloquently here in very many, with very many words that I can't probably describe as well. But I'm here to tell you, I have this shirt on. This shirt is Freedom in America. Freedom in America, it's in trouble. If you could read this, I don't know. But I'd like everybody to see this. Because I think our government, that's why I got involved with politics, because I think our government, in a lot of cases, especially now, is taking our freedom away. And we have to protect that freedom. Because once you lose that freedom, you don't get it back very well. You don't get it back easily. It's a lot easier to prevent it than it is to get it back. I know that for a fact. So I would like to thank you, Travis Linkenfelter, for standing up to us so much and fighting for our water, fighting for our freedom. And I would thank you other supervisors too. I totally agree with this lady that just spoke, where the people should vote on this. If you can't stop it by yourself, put it on the ballot. And I'm sure 85 or 90% of the people would say no. Thank you.
Martin Runge.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Martin Runge, and I live in Golden Valley. I totally support the moratorium. And one of the reasons is because of the limited amount of private land that we need to protect, and we also need to protect our citizens. The moratorium definitely needs time to review the renewable energy plants, and they should only be allowed where they have the least amount of impact. And the moratorium allows the county to study and review and determine that, or decide if there are better alternatives to those large-scale utility plants. It's been mentioned at this meeting and other meetings that property owners should be allowed to do anything with their property. What isn't mentioned is that they can't violate the rights of other landowners. That's why there's dozens of ordinances already in place to protect those landowners. And we heard from a representative from the Arizona Solar Energy Industry Association who recently paid for a study to show a positive economic impact for a utility scale solar farm here in Mojave County. What it conveniently left out was all the negative impacts. And additionally, it completely ignored the greater positive impact of distributed renewable energy systems like rooftop solar on homes and businesses. Instead of clearing large parcels of land to install thousands of solar panels and batteries, which creates all sorts of problems, distributed energy systems like rooftop solar on just a fraction of existing homes and businesses can generate the same amount of power while avoiding all those problems, and with a much greater positive economic impact. The other thing I wanted to mention too, that came up with the Solar Energy Industry Association was the fact that the low water use, they always bring that up in terms of the solar utility operation. They never talk about what it takes during the construction phase, which is a massive amount of water, 4,000 gallons per acre per day. You multiply that out times the thousands of acres required and up to a year of construction, that adds up to a lot of water, and we're already in a water crisis. We don't need to add to it. So please vote yes on the moratorium. Thank you.
That was our last speaker that had signed up. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on item number 38? Please come to the podium and announce your name.
Thank you, Supervisor. Actually, Chairman Lingenfelter. I did sign up, but it was late, so I got a sheet later. I'm Becky Foster, and I'm here to oppose. I'm here to support your moratorium. I think it's an opportunity to revise the plan, the general plan, in a meaningful and thoughtful manner, so that Mojave County will grow as you want it to grow, and we, the people, want it to grow, and what we want it to look like in years to come. Who would have thunk even a decade ago that you would have this issue before you, and it would be such a hot issue? Nobody really knew or even expected it. This underlines the necessity of community unity meetings to revise the general plan in a meaningful and thoughtful manner, and to take a comprehensive approach to county land use and regulations. Lawsuits have been threatened, according to the newspaper, if you go through with this moratorium. You have adequate legal counsel. I think you should listen to your counsel rather than being afraid that you're going to be sued and just approving anything comes before you when somebody decides they're going to sue you or threatens to sue you. It has been said that there's a shortage of electricity in Mojave County. I kind of doubt that. Perhaps it's like Supervisor Johnson had mentioned earlier at an earlier meeting. It's just a shortage of electricity at the price they want to pay. I would suggest that you, I also wanted to mention that your economic development director mentioned at a previous meeting also that Nucor is opposed to it, and they're going to pack up their toys and leave if you approve this moratorium. It wouldn't affect them if they're going to have solar panels on their properties, so I don't know what the big deal is. But the inmates really shouldn't be running the asylum. You're the people that make the decisions in the county. I would suggest that you do a moratorium of 1 year or less. That way, that gives you adequate opportunity to study this issue in a meaningful way without being rushed. That way, if you finish in less than a year, that's fine, but don't limit yourself to the time. And I would like for you to do this moratorium. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience? This is the third call that has not yet spoken. Come to the podium and please state your name.
Dale Barlow from Colorado City. Just here to support the moratorium. I think it's common sense to take a better look at what's before us. Thanks.
Sir, approach the podium and state your name. Thank you.
My name is Brett Forrester, live in Mojave County. Chairman Lingenfelter, Board of Supervisors, and public. I don't think I need to add anything more than what has been said today. Board Member Angus has talked about us coming together as groups and having representatives so that we don't take your time and reiterate the same things over and over again. I think it is highly important that you hear from every single individual that has something to say, and that is part of what a community is, regardless of how it's represented. Here we have an opportunity to speak to you personally and we get to address the issues at hand. Obviously, the one that is important in this conversation has to do with the moratorium, of which I do support, of which I have heard many versions of this. But yes, I think that having a year to be able to look at this and having those things evolve so that those errors in both multiplication as well as investigation come clean and come out. The last thing you want to do is find out that you have a failure in the middle or in operations. It's absolutely atrocious. Ask any NASA rocket scientist, they'll tell you about it as it blows up over their heads. So it is important that our voices are heard individually as well as a group. I will not be able to be here for the second 39, but I strongly approve of the privatization of GVID. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 38. I'd like to ask Attorney Davis to come down and perhaps also Development Services Director Tim Walsh to come down. And while they're coming down, I wanted just to make one comment that it's not just me, it's our whole Board of Supervisors that's responsible for this stuff. And I think that we all attempt to represent the views of those that elected us. So. Would you just give a brief overview, Mr. Davis, of the moratorium? And I have a couple of questions myself. The one thing I would say, just right off the bat, we've heard this violation of private property rights, and I kind of scratched my head on that. I don't really understand that. I think that when you're, it doesn't matter if you're residential, commercial, industrial, whatever you want to do with your land. If you buy land, it has a zoning. Hopefully you do that. You do the due diligence and you understand what the zoning is on that property. And then Mojave County is not going out and trying to force anybody to change their zoning or to provide an overlay. These applicants are coming to Mojave County, and Mojave County has a regulatory duty. Is that not accurate?
Chairman Lingenfelter, that is accurate. And to your question on private property rights, there is no inherent right to rezone your property. That's why it has to come before the Board of Supervisors and the Planning and Zoning Commission. You have the right to request it to be considered, but the government doesn't have to comply with that. Otherwise, the process wouldn't exist at all. You would just declare that your land is now this by recording or whatnot. But yes, I don't. With this moratorium, as far as like Prop 207 or the 5th and 14th Amendment, I don't see a huge issue there.
Do you want to just give a general overview of the? There's, I think, a few carve-outs. We've heard before that, this shouldn't stop, all projects. And this moratorium actually, in fact, does not say that 0 projects can move forward. There's some carve-outs. Can you?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, there are a number of carve-outs. The first and foremost one is that the E-overlay generally, as it exists today, pre-moratorium, does not apply to any landowner who wants to put solar on their own property, wind on their own property, whatnot. So a lot of businesses, all residential properties, fall under that exemption already. They don't have to apply for an E-overlay. That would be administratively, regulatorily overwhelming to the government that as a property owner, I want to add solar panels to my house, now I have to rezone with it. That would be ridiculous. So it doesn't apply to them anyway. So if a company or say that an industry wants to have solar or wind to decrease their on-site costs, they could put solar panels up and they wouldn't need to get the overlay. That happens all over the county now, so that wouldn't change with this moratorium. A second carve-out is for pre-existing utilities. We added the 15-year lease duration that they can, if they need to expand because we're reaching capacity or whatnot, they can enter it into a 15-year lease and present that to Development Services. The option for the board to edit the moratorium however they wish to edit it. But that kind of solves that's one relief valve. That's now 2 relief valves, and another relief valve is they can request a waiver. If a company says that we don't fall under what you're talking about, we don't think we're with these guys, we're on our own, we check a lot of the boxes that you say you're concerned with, they can bring it via the county manager, via the director of Development Services, or any board member can put it to wave them through and say you can move through. Additionally, any existing applications are continuing through. They're not halted now. They will continue through. They'll go through the planning and zoning process, and they'll go through the, come to the board as that comes. That stops today if the board chooses to move forward, but there's already a couple in the pipes, and to protect their interests and whatnot and not have to worry about any 14th Amendment taking claims, we move them through and the board decides them as they would any others.
Great. So yeah, on the affecting private property rights, I think that no matter what type of project it would be, this is just my opinion, but it seems very arrogant to assume a zoning change or an overlay is going to be granted. Nobody should go into a project assuming that they're going to get a change in zoning or an overlay. The other thing that it's for Tim, in Mojave County, we have certain zones that are designated for industrial activities. We have the I-40 industrial corridor, we have the airport industrial park in Kingman, we have other areas that are designated for industrial areas. However, under our current zoning ordinance, these solar projects they tend to locate near utility lines, and that can sometimes create some sort of an interspersing or conflict between immediately adjacent residential and industrial areas. We don't do that for anybody else. And so this ordinance will allow this temporary pause will allow your staff to go in and perhaps identify some zones for this type of industrial use, similar to what we have for other industrial uses in Mojave County. Is that correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, that is correct. Currently with an energy overlay, these solar projects could be placed on a number of different zones in addition to the manufacturing areas. So, for example, AR, RE, and others with the energy overlay, it would allow for the solar projects. So this moratorium will allow staff to go in and evaluate those zones and evaluate those locations.
Great, that's all I had. I'd open it up to the board. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Davis, I have a question for you. Let's say that there's a farm and the farm runs their pumps on diesel engines. Could they put solar panels in to run their pumps?
Yes.
Under the moratorium?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, by the way, the right to zone property was upheld in 1946 by the Supreme Court. So it was the court that stole your property rights. Before that, you actually owned your property and were able to do what you wanted to do with it. Thank you.
Supervisor Bishop.
I'd like to ask you about the energy overlay. The way it is now, if the solar project came through and had a proposal, it would go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, that is correct. If for any of these solar type projects or any energy type projects, they'd come to Planning and Zoning, fill out an application. It would go before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then that commission would make a recommendation to the board, and the board would then decide on whether to approve it or not.
Okay, so if this was an area that was approved for an energy overlay, could the Planning and Zoning Commission still deny the application if it was not in the best interest, in their opinion, of their neighbors?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, I believe, is that after the moratorium? Just to clarify on the question, if through the moratorium staff goes in and addresses the concerns with the general plan and the zoning ordinance following that, is that the question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what tools we need that we don't already have, since it has to be approved through different stages as it progresses. So what are we fixing that we need to pause on that we can't control currently with what we have?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, thank you. I believe my understanding is this moratorium will allow for staff to go in and look at both the zoning ordinance and determine which zones would be applicable, which zones would be best suited for an energy overlay or to allow this renewable energy. It also allows staff to go in and look at the general plan and which areas identified within the general plan would be suitable for renewable energy. Also, there are some statements within the general plan that could be addressed in order to reflect the board's wishes as far as how the energy overlay should be implemented and renewable energy should be implemented.
So kind of where I'm going with this question is we may be opening the county up to litigation, and we're 18.5 million a deficit coming in the next fiscal year. Can we do what we want to do without gaslighting and headlining the moratorium? Can we still do what we want to do and control our ordinances the way they are as we amend them going forward? Do we have the tools to do a moratorium without actually doing a moratorium?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, the board can basically approve or deny on an individual basis each of the solar applications that were to come through. That is possible at this time without the moratorium.
So if we did it on an individual basis, like we've been doing it, denying if we think that's the right thing to do, then we don't have to open up these vulnerable areas where we might cost the taxpayers money for litigation. I'm just wondering, do we really need to put the county and our citizens in this position if we can still do what they want us to do without it?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, I believe you're asking a policy type question.
Yes.
That is more geared for a board decision. I will say that the moratorium does allow staff to it allows for a pause for staff to be able to look at the general plan, the zoning ordinance, and to see rather than an across the board an energy overlay is allowed in a number of various zones, really taking a deeper dive at that and seeing, okay, right now it's with an energy overlay, any AR zone would be open to a solar project. Staff's intent, if this moratorium goes into effect, would be to really look at the geographic areas, look at some of our view sheds, look at where existing transmission lines are, look at these areas that make more sense for an energy type overlay rather than leaving it open carte blanche to any of those zones. So,
so without the moratorium, you can't do that?
we could. That is something that we can and
we should.
are working on. Yeah.
We could and we should and we will.
Yes.
So I don't understand why we need to actually have a moratorium. Well, we just can't do our jobs like we've been doing them. I mean, solar is not new in Mojave County. I'm just not understanding the need to actually have a big headline saying moratorium when we can do the same job without that headline.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, without addressing the policy discussion for the board, one benefit that this moratorium would have is whenever a project is denied on its rezone on its merits, they have to wait a full year to reapply. With the moratorium in effect, we can save the applicants unnecessary consternation by being denied for not being in the right area or whatever reason the board decides, from having to wait the full year to come back and ask again. So they can shorten that time and get a better redistribution of the field for everyone to see how the pieces land.
So we're doing the moratorium to help the applicant?
That is
so that they can bring it back sooner and get approval?
The purpose is a policy decision that I can't speak to, but that is one of the impacts of it, is that it can, if the board decides that doing it piecemeal is better, then that would deny the applicants for a full year and they have to come back as opposed to just waiting the 120 days or however long the extension is. So it kind of blunts the impact.
That's interesting. We're doing this for the alternative energy applicants so that they can bring their projects back sooner.
I can't speak to that, but I can say that that is something that I haven't seen mentioned by them in their opposition, is that if they were to move forward with this or if they were to win any potential litigation, it would come back to the very same board that put in the moratorium in the first place, that could then deny them on their own merits, like they wish to be heard. For whatever reason the board chooses is a legislative decision. If the board feels that it's right, then it can move forward. If the board feels that it's not right, it can be denied, and then they have to wait a full year, so they could end up kind of hurting themselves. But to answer your question, one of the other benefits, to answer your question you asked to Tim, to answer one of the better stated benefits is that it pauses and allows for a clearer view without a piecemeal application that changes one-to-one. But again, I can't speak to the individual policy benefit detriments. That's for the board to consider.
Okay, I was just confused. I thought we were hurting the alternative energy projects, but we're actually helping them. Correct?
I can't speak to that, I'm sorry.
That's kind of what I'm hearing and understanding. Interesting.
I would like to, I'm sure the other board members have done their own research, but it was interesting to me, and for the audience too, that, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but between 2020 and 2022, the county received 5 applications for these types of projects. And then you look at what happened after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed by Congress in August of 2022, 100% increase. We've received 10 applications after the Inflation Reduction Act went through. So that's really what has triggered this, hey, we need to take a hard look at our zoning code, make sure that we're taking a comprehensive look at the cumulative impacts to our human environment and our natural environment, similar to the way that we do all other industrial projects. Why are we not having some sort of established zones? Even if you're trying to put a solar project in Mojave County on BLM property, guess what? They did a big study a while ago and decided there were no zones that they were going to push. And so in order to do a solar project on federal lands in Mojave County, you actually have to go through a variance process first with the BLM to prove that it's a good site. And then once you convince them that and you get that variance, then you have to go through their whole other process, which is a NEPA and all sorts of other stuff. And we're not even close to that. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to make a motion. If it gets seconded, I'll open it up for additional discussion. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt BOS resolution number 2023-159, implementing a moratorium on the designation of the E energy overlay zone. It says 120 days, but I'm going to make my motion for 240 days because discussion with staff, we already think that it's already going to be having to be renewed one time, and that's about the holidays, and we all know that it's difficult to get to public meetings during the holidays, so I'm going to make it for my motion for 240 days.
Second.
For that motion, second, additional discussion. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes appear to have it. Do you have it? So ordered. Thank you. We're going to move to the consent agenda. Supervisor Bishop, would you like to remove any items from consent agenda?
No, I don't.
Supervisor Angus?
No.
Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 13.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson?
8.
And I'm going to remove item number 12.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the consent minus 8, 12, and 13.
You've heard that motion?
Second.
You've heard that motion. Second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Item number 8. Supervisor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had this discussion before. There's no signed affidavits from the people they're requesting to remove from the precinct rolls, and for that reason, I think we should deny it.
Supervisor Angus?
I was not aware that when we voted last time that was put in, you kind of mumbled there that about the not accepting the resignation. So, you know, I think I voted not how I really wanted to vote. I think that the problem within some of these resignations is that there are people who have left the county. It's, you know, almost impossible to get some of these. I think I know where you're coming from in this and some of the concerns people have, but
I just want to ask you, because you had been the chairman of the Republican Party for many years, did you always get people's signatures when there was resignations?
I don't recall any resignations that we had, unless somebody moved out of state, and that was, you know, very few and far between. I'm worried, especially now with the state of the party, that we could be drug into their fight if we remove somebody who didn't want to be removed because they're just elected the same as the rest of us are, and without seeing something from that person saying, I want to be removed, I don't want to do it.
But I think that our, excuse, Mr. Chairman, I think that our job is really administrative, like so many things, and I wish we didn't even have to do it. You know, it's one of those number of things that, you know, we are forced to do legislatively that we really have no power over, and I believe that. And so I think it makes it difficult, and it makes us make a comment about leadership that I don't think that we are prepared to make. I know I'm not. I know a lot of research has been done in this, and I know that the chairman is in this room right now. I don't know if that's necessary, but I have to disagree with what you say, or else I think we'd have a problem on the voter rolls like we always have. You just can't take people off if they don't live here anymore, and I think these arguments should be done within the party and not through us.
Well, I would agree with that, but that's why when it comes to us, the party asks us to appoint them, but once we appoint them, they're elected with the same rights as, you know, all other PCs. But then the removal, if something comes up that these people were removed illegally, then it would be upon us. We couldn't say, well, we kiss it off to, oh, they ask us to do it. It's up to us to do our due diligence. And I just feel better if I have something in front of me that says, Hildy Angus wants to step down, instead of just saying, oh yeah, we're signing her out.
Mr. Chairman, so should there be something on the form itself? I mean, that the attempt has been made to try to get the signature, or, I mean, I don't want to go so far as to ask for reasons. I just don't think that is our job at this point. And I think we're making we're inserting ourselves more than we really should be.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that we take this seriously enough. What you're doing here is removing an elected official from office. I don't believe that a lot of times the paperwork that we receive is adequate. We should be giving these people an opportunity to either sign off that they are resigning, or that they have an opportunity to come and tell us why they have not abandoned the position, because that's what state statute says. That's what we were asked to do when we got drug into this a month or so ago. That's the process that we have to determine, that are these people, have they abandoned the position or not? If they want to give us a notarized signature of the person that they've resigned, that's fine, but that's not how this stuff shows up. It just shows up, remove Bob Smith. The three that are on here today are still on the voter rolls of the county. They're supposed to have moved, but yet they're still on the rolls. I don't think we take this seriously enough. That we need to actually do our due diligence and make sure that the person has truly resigned before they're removed from the list. And whether I remember any resignations from my 4 years as chairman, I couldn't tell you. I do not recall. But that really is irrelevant, because now that this has come to light, we need to take action on it. We can't just continue. If we were doing it wrong in the past, we should not continue to do it wrong in the future. Thank you.
Supervisor Angus.
Mr. Chairman, so do you think that there should be another form? Like, so is there a form right now? There's a form, and people have to.
It's not our form.
Should we have a form?
I think so.
Mr.
Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
They have to prove to us, there's a big misconception in the power of the party, that they think that they are the ones that throw people out of the party. That's not true. The people that remove people from the party is the Board of Supervisors. This is a problem. It's come to light. We need to address it. Whether we come up with the form or they come up with the form needs to have a notarized signature on it from that person if they're going to resign, or they need to give the opportunity to come. They may not even know they're being removed. But the way that we've been handling it is incorrect. Thank you.
Supervisor Angus?
So what is the fix? I hear the problem, so how do we fix this?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, excuse me.
Thank you. We need to have, if we have to have our clerk do it, then we'll have our clerk do it. Currently, my assistant's been doing it, is taking a look and seeing whether these people are still on the rolls or not. But we've been looking to see if appointees are actually even Republicans. Because apparently, I don't know that anybody was doing that at one time. We've signed a couple that weren't even in the Republican Party, and this has been a while since that happened. But I don't think we take this seriously enough. But it's our responsibility. It's not the party's responsibility. It falls on us. Statute says it falls on us.
Mr. Chair, and I just want to
President
make this clear, this is also for the Democrat Party as well.
I see the GOP chair coming up. We'll address her.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chairman, Board. Yes, they do. You do get a form, and it has two signatures, the district director and me, verifying that these people have moved out. They haven't taken it off the voter rolls. It's because they haven't. We can reach out to them, but it really isn't the Board of Supervisors. The only authority the Board of Supervisors has is to create the vacancy, not approve the vacancy. They have a list. Ginny has a list, and it's up to me as to who goes on and off the list. It's up to us. It's the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, I'm sorry, and it's up to the chairman. I will have a opinion by attorney if you'd like to, put this aside again and table this again. But all of those that have resigned, we have the district director who knows all their people in their district and the chairman approving this resignation. We have documentation from all of them, just not all of them sign it. So they get an email, right, and says that I'm moving. Please, I'm resigning from the party because I'm moving. But there's no signature on it. It's an email. We can't chase after everybody in Minnesota that moved to Minnesota and say, please, can you give me an email? But it's really not your purview to do that anyway when you look at the laws.
I have a one question for you. And so when you get one of these papers from somebody that's moving out of town, is a copy of that going to a recorder so that the recorder is then taking them off of?
We have them in archives. We have everything that says that in the party's archives. We send you the form.
I'm asking, once one of these papers is submitted, is a copy of that given to the county recorder so that she can remove them from the voter roll?
No, but we can do that. But they might want to be away from the party, but not necessarily not vote in our county. So let's say they moved out of their precinct. They still live in Mojave County. So they're resigning, or if they moved out of their precinct, that we must resign them. And one of those on there is Amy Boggs. She moved to Las Vegas. I can chase after her for a notarized signature, but that's never been our policy to do that. And we have documentation that backs up all their resignations.
I was asking for people that moved out of state or perhaps out of the county.
Okay, and so you're asking if they get off of the voter rolls?
Yeah.
You know, what we can do as a party is to remind them that if they are moving out of our county, to go ahead and make sure that they have been taken off of the voter rolls, and that's a really good idea, and we'd love to do that, but again, that is our purview.
I think that the county recorder, and this is a little off the topic, but the county recorder has just received some money to clean up the voter rolls, so this sounds like it would complicate
It'd be a great
the voter
idea
rolls.
for the few that do resign. Yes, absolutely.
I don't know. I'd open it up to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd make a motion to deny number 8.
You've heard that motion.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Discussion, please.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you. So we can deny and deny, but how are we going to fix this going forward? I mean,
Let me just jump in. When we've started the vote, at the point discussion is done, I apologize. The discussion happens before the voting takes place, so we should move forward with the voting.
Okay.
We haven't finished it. There was a vote.
We were in the
There was a
middle of
vote.
the vote. We're going to
Okay.
continue the vote. So all in favor of the motion and second, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
aye.
You guys appear to have it. Do you have it? So ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Attorney Esplin, do we need to if we were going to come up with a process for the removal of precinct committeemen, would we have to agendize that, or could we make that now?
I'd recommend that we agendize it, and I'd be happy to do that for an upcoming meeting. Maybe not the next one, but sometime in November, the second meeting in November.
Point of order.
I can do that.
Madam Clerk, can you read back the votes?
Actually, Chairman Lingenfelter, I was just going to ask you for a clarification of the vote because I can't hear some of you, so I really need you to speak up or into the microphones.
What did you get?
At first I got 3-2, but I was just told by Supervisor Bishop she did not vote yes. So I really need to know who voted yes.
Oh, okay.
Move a roll call vote.
Roll call. So would you please do a roll call vote on this so we can clarify?
Supervisor Angus?
No.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Supervisor Gould?
Yes.
And Chairman Lingenfelter?
No.
Okay, so the motion does carry 3-2.
Okay.
Point of order. It's,
Call point of order. It doesn't call from the audience.
Sorry, we can't.
This is the board.
We can't do that.
Point-
I'm sorry.
it's just words.
Yeah, you're out of order. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll write you email.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to move to item 12. I pulled that simply because I wanted to, he's gone now, but Representative Gould or Gillette actually secured this funding for Mojave County, so just wanted to publicly thank him. And with that, I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion. Second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Item number 13, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There appeared to be some interest in the public in discussing this, so I thought I would pull it off the consent agenda, and maybe risk management can give us an overview of it.
Mr. Dorner.
Okay. Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, did you have anything specific? You just wanted to give an overview of it, and then you can answer questions?
Just a general overview.
Okay. All right, so what happens with these dollars each year is they come in from the federal level and they go over to state Homeland Security grants. Some items such as training, cybersecurity, they'll be taken on by one of the counties that's in each region. In our region, we've got Yavapai County, Mojave County, and La Paz County. This particular project was submitted in by Mojave County. The dollars that came in were requested that they go over and be pulled over with the Arizona Department of Administration, the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, to be able to leverage dollars, the ability to provide good Homeland Security programs. Some of the benefits that are out of that is to purchase software, to also provide training and some other assets that may not be able to be obtained at an individual county or city or even department level, because everyone that participates in this is eligible for these benefits. That includes, once again, counties, municipalities, fire districts, law enforcement agencies. Anyone that falls into any of those categories is eligible for the benefits from these software license, awareness, alerts, and any other benefits. In addition to that, our ASIP, our insurance, works closely with this group and also requires that we have some Homeland Security, not Homeland Security, but cybersecurity levels of protection, and they coincide with those. The dollar figure that you have, and I don't want to misstate, it's a little over $71,000. Those are representative dollars for Mojave County, Yavapai County, and La Paz County. Each region, which there's 5 in the state, was asked to do the same thing. You have one agency or entity that will act as as essentially the executor of it. When you have those dollars that go through, they do still go through and they're screened at the regional level. And when I say regional level, one of those 5 councils will be seeing the same or a similar type request, that those monies be just passed on and used at the state level. And it has to be approved there. And on those councils, if you're not familiar with them, those are representatives that include elected officials, they include law enforcement, fire protection in rural and also in urban settings. And then you'll also see some members at large.
Did you see anything in there that would make us do things that the board might not want to do?
No.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Just one more question. Do you know all the things that Supervisor Cool wouldn't do?
I do not believe so.
All right,
Maybe that'd be more appropriate.
make a motion to approve.
Second.
For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We've had a request to break for lunch, so we're going to, Supervisor Angus.
Yes, we have one public hearing left, and the people are here. Can we just get that over so that?
Sure. We're going to do item number 37, which is a public hearing, after which we're going to recess until, for about an hour. I'll open the public hearing on item number 37. We do not have anyone signed up to speak on item number 37. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 37? Come up to the podium and please state your name.
Hi, Jennifer Jones. Good afternoon. Sorry, super nervous. I am with Local Charity Relief Organization, and just want to read I'm just so nervous, I'm sorry. So, Local Charity Relief Organization has donated to multiple organizations and people in the community. Some of our organizations that we have donated to monthly is St. Jude's, Victor Valley Mission Rescue, Christ of Good Shepherds, American Cancer Society, City of Hope, and American Cross. Our other organizations that we donate to is Adelanto Little League, High Desert Duck Youth Football and Cheer, Granite Hills High School, Rancho High School, as they start their school year or season to help with whichever department is needed. With the community, when people are in need, with offsetting funeral costs or families that may be in need, we do food drives, work with Toys for Tots, and our customers will help us, let us know which families that are in need, and we do what we can to help our families in the community. If there's any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
We're in a public hearing right now, and I'll call you in after that. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item number 37? This is a public hearing. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you so much. I met with Ms. Jones when I first saw this was going to a public hearing because I have some concerns. I've seen in the past some organizations come here saying that they are a charitable organization, they're making money, and I just haven't seen proof as to where the money goes or how you even set up a process for that to happen. And so what I asked you to do is proof. I mean, you say, I'm not saying I doubt you, you say that, but I haven't seen proof. I haven't seen tax returns. I haven't seen anything that I asked you to provide.
Correct.
I just want to make sure, I mean, anytime a company comes in and you're going to be making money, but you say you're giving the charitable, you're taking away from our other charitable organizations. And I know in my district, we have a lot of organizations that do bingo and for their own charities, and like 100% goes there. And I just want to make sure,
Right.
I'm not casting any aspersions about your organizations, but I still haven't seen to my confidence that you know, this is how you operate. You've had many years. I was just hoping to see something in writing.
I have a folder of some of our donations.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that.
Just on my behalf, I did take over secretary in end of 2019. So prior to anything that I have done, I do have some of those documents, but most of them are from me in the last 7 years. Not me, from prior to me is 7 years. So again, I do have these. I'll hand them over to you when we're done here. The way that we do our charities is we hold charity nights. So it would be me going out into the community, my volunteers, going out in the community and seeing what actual organizations need help. So when we go to these organizations and see like a food drive or a rescue mission or anything like that, we go to them and we ask, where is the help needed? We'll do a charity event where we may do a pre-sale tickets for the bingo and whatever after overhead costs and payouts for the month and the payouts for that day, we take a percentage and we donate that out. We also, oh, go ahead.
Excuse me. Do you know the percentage that by law you have to give if you're saying you're a nonprofit and you're raising money? What percentage has to go back into charity?
That would be something that I would have to check with the state as far as what the percentage is for each state.
You don't know that yet?
For each state would be different,
Well,
I would
you're
assume.
applying in Arizona.
Correct.
And you haven't found that out?
Not yet, because as of right now, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be approved. So, I mean, I'm getting everything together as of right now in order to move forward to help and be in the community of Mojave County. Fort Mojave is where we are actually located already, just don't have a license.
But right now, you live in Henderson and your other partner lives in California. I know you say you're planning on moving here. I just have, can I ask the lawyer, Ryan, a question, Mr. Esplin? So today, if we approve this, it goes to the state. Does the state do anything like I just talked about? Do they vet more? Or do they, because we have approved it, or they just basically rubber stamp it?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I've never done with the bingo part of it after that, so I don't know. I could look into it. I can try to look into it as quickly as I can, but I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry. I'll try to look. Okay. It's going to take me a little bit of time. I can't answer right on the spot. I'm sorry.
Well, Supervisor Angus, I can let you know that as far as the process goes, it's similar to when someone applies for a liquor license. They're asking us, do we approve of that being in our area? Ultimately, the decision is up to the state organization. So I know with like the liquor licenses, they do all the background checking, all of the verifying. I would hate to say I assume, but I would assume that the Department of Revenue would do it on the bingo license.
Have you ever seen a liquor license be denied at the state after we approved it?
No.
And Supervisor Angus, I'm just looking over Title V. There's a licensing authority. The Department of Revenue is designated as a licensing authority. They have the authority to grant or refuse licenses. They supervise the administration of that title. So I imagine that they do. I imagine that they're supposed to. That's the Department of Revenue's role. And I think I agree with the clerk is that our role in this is to do the public hearing process, give public input, make a decision, and then passes it on to the next, and they're ultimately the regulatory authority. That's all I can say.
I'd like to hear what other members of the board think.
We'd open it up to the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We might want to continue this for 30 days and give the applicant the opportunity to provide the information that Supervisor Angus has requested. I'm going to make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We are recessed until 1:15 today. Thank you. Good afternoon. We'll come back from recess. We'll start in here with regular agenda, item number 39. We have a few people that have signed up to speak. We'll start with them. Mr. Travin Pennington.
My name is Travin Pennington. I'm a resident of Kingman. I'm also an employee at Engel Homes. Can you hear me? Okay. We own some land that 600 acres of owned and approximately 880 acres of option land that sits within GVID. Our request and our ask is, as of this morning, we submitted a petition to the city, not the city clerk, the county clerk, the board, with like a formal request asking that the Board of Supervisors consider a boundary change to GVID, and that would allow us to remove our approximately 1,480 acres of controlled land outside of GVID, and that would hopefully open the doors to allow us to create a small water company that would service our subdivision needs in the future. Be happy to answer any questions, but.
Thank you. How about we get through all the speakers, and if we have any questions, we'll call you back up. Thank you, Travin. Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Chairman, Board. Actually, I would not object to him withdrawing from the GVID and drilling his own well and doing his own district. I think that would be perfectly acceptable. And at the current time, of course, that decision is still up to you. I know that a lot of people have concerns about going to a domestic water board. However, statute does say that, quote, at any time, this board can take back control of the water district for the benefit and the protection of the people within it. So appointing an interim board is only one step in the process. We have a lot of things that we need to disentangle. We do have, issues where infrastructure sits on property that's deeded to the county and not to GVID. I'm also curious about the status of the Army Corps of Engineers grant, because that was a 75% grant with a 25% match. I have talked to a couple of the other people who put in applications. I think that we have a very good ground plan on what we need to do for homework and research, questions that we need to ask of staff, which we hope they can answer. But this is just a process that nobody expects to happen overnight. And we understand that, and we appreciate the opportunity to serve our community, to serve our neighbors. We all want the same thing. We all want affordable, clean drinking water that we don't want to see rate shock, is what they call it at the Corporation Commission. Again, we have questions about the finances that I think that Danielle is still trying to get answered. And I just want to thank the board for moving forward with this and giving us a chance. I think, we all talk about how, as Republicans and conservatives, how, private entities can usually do better at things than government. Well, we want to prove that to you. We want to be a success. We want to show you that we can do this, that just because it's Golden Valley, it doesn't mean that we're lacking in capacity or in intellect or in problem-solving ability. I think that is sort of a slight on the people who own property in Golden Valley to think that you couldn't possibly find 5 people who could actually do a better job than government. Well, I kind of take that as an affront against, the other people in Golden Valley. I think that there's a lot of bright people, a lot of committed people who want to see this succeed. And I think that, that we're all in this together, and that I look forward to trying to make this a success. And, again, with you taking in the new district, this sort of lightens the load for the water department, and they can concentrate on Juniper Lake District and getting them the needs that they may have. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Philip Robinson.
Philip Robinson, Golden Valley. Again, I'd like to do my concerns. I'm not for it and I'm not against it. I do believe that the county needs to have accountability, which there hasn't been in that department, GVID. There hasn't been, and it's been proven. I do believe that we need to have an elected board, I guess, besides you all. You guys have done a good job. You've listened to the people, and that means a lot to me. You listened, and you guys have come to an answer, and that's where we're at today. I understand it's not going to happen tomorrow, next week. It might happen in a year from now, that we do more accountability for GVID. I just buy my water through GVID. I'm not in the incorporated area. I'm in the unincorporated area where I have to pay more money, which I don't understand, but it's all good. I just go down to the water pipe, type in my number, and that's it. But anyway, that's all I wanted to let you all know. All right, thank you.
Butch Merriweather.
Chairman and the supervisors, I want to tell you that I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not going to say anybody did a bad job or a good job. The only thing I'm saying is if you do decide to go ahead and turn it back over to the public, that I hope that there's a good transition period and working relationship with the county and whoever's on the board of directors. Thank you and good luck.
Last speaker signed up is Brett, no last name. Okay. Open it up to the board.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Johnson.
I request we go into executive session.
We've had a motion for executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
We've had a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Just to be clear, it'll be for legal advice with counsel, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
but they're just doing vacant land. So these are all the letters that people say they don't want to leave the business. What's that noise? Is it Butch's hearing aids? Is that your hearing aid? Feedbacking?
All right, we're going to reconvene the meeting today.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Johnson.
make a motion to continue the second meeting in September 2024.
Heard that motion.
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do you have it? So ordered. Item number 40. We have one person signed up for item number 40, Scotty McClure.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Angus.
I'm asking that we take no action on this item today, and we'll bring it back another time.
You're going to continue this or just?
Just no action today.
Okay, great. Thank you. Item number 41. We have one person signed up to speak, Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. Anytime you can take a road into the system, I'm in favor of that. I've driven a lot of roads in Golden Valley, and we have a lot of issues in flooding and problems for the people, problems for first responders. So if you can take a road into the system, all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. This is just acknowledging receipt of a petition, and Public Works will fully analyze that. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 42, we have no one signed up to speak. What's the pleasure of the board? I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 43, we have one person that's signed up to speak, Jennifer Esposito.
Same as previously. Thank you for considering taking more roads in the unincorporated area into the system. Roads and public safety, top priority.
Thank you for the comments. Again, this is just a petition. I'd open it up to the board.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 46, we have no one signed up for item number 46.
46?
Oh, excuse me, 44, I'm sorry, everybody. Item number 44, I don't want to get out of here at all, I promise. Item number 44, no one signed up to speak. It's a petition.
To approve.
Thank you. You for that motion, I'll second.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Bishop.
this is a receipt for a county highway. I was just wondering, has there been any discussion with the Valley Vista residents for a public-private partnership like we did at the winery? Because this appears that they're wanting us to spend county money to build a road for Valley Vista.
This is acknowledging a
Steve Lukowski, maybe
receipt
speak to that?
of a public petition. Sure. Director Latowski, you want to come up and address this item, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. This indeed is a petition to establish 3/4 of a mile of Buckboard Drive and East Barrel Drive as a county highway, providing presumably a second access to Valley Vista outside of Concho Drive. I am aware in discussions with the applicant that the Property Owners Association is aware of this proposal and endorses this proposal. However, I will put it to the board that even the establishment of a county highway does not establish a project per se. It would still require either through the budget or through direct proposal by the board to establish a project. But yes, to answer your question, Supervisor Bishop, I did have what I would label a casual discussion with the representative that filed this application, you know, reminding them of the success that we had seen with the Brooks Boulevard initiative. So they are aware that Brooks was a good example of a public-private partnership.
So if we approve this as a county highway, is not there an expectation that the county would then go ahead and pave that road with county HERF dollars?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, sometimes that's an impression, but in reality, this designation of the county highway merely makes a road eligible for the county to spend funds, but it would still take a standalone project.
Okay, yeah, I do understand that because I think there's probably 500 designated county highway roads in District 4 that are dirt roads. So if I brought that forward to pave all of those, I'm sure this board would probably not approve it.
And we have used the 5-year capital improvement road program as a mechanism by which to prioritize those county highways, if you will, you know, that, you know, are due, you know, the hard surfacing or whatever improvement is being pursued.
I will, Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to approve with the stipulation that you have, that Public Works has the conversation about the public-private.
We already have a motion and a second on the floor to approve.
Oh, okay, I'm out of order then. I retract that.
Thank you. Director Latosky, similar to all the other receipt or the acknowledgement of the receipt of these, your staff, professional staff, is going to go through, thoroughly analyze these things and come back to the board with a professional determination and recommendation. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairman Lingenfelter. We are requesting that the board establish November 20th as the public hearing by which we will present an engineer's report and a recommendation.
Very good. We do have a motion and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 45. We have no one signed up to speak. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gould.
does anyone know if this road goes somewhere other than to people's homes?
I bet you Director Latosky knows.
And if I could also jump in, just to be clear, on these two items, the statute 286702 requires that we have a public hearing. So really, this is just to set the public hearing because the statute says we need to have a public hearing.
Right. Director Latosky, could you address Supervisor Gould's point, please?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, I drove all the way up and I literally drove the road. It only goes to people's homes.
Okay.
I will second the motion made just to set the public hearing. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
No.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 46. We do have one person signed up to speak, Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. I think when you initiate a hiring freeze, I think that it should be respected. However, as I previously stated, the courts are sort of a separate branch of government. That's a separate issue. I look at these proposals and I'm kind of like, yes, no, yes, no, yes. You know, some of them maybe, some of them, I don't think that they should all be lumped in together. I think that each issue and each hiring freeze exemption should be discussed on its own because we are coming into this budget issue. And whether or not we need to add additional personnel or whether we can exist in some departments with the existing level of personnel is should be the subject of some rigorous debate. So I just wanted to say that I think that except for, the courts and the sheriff, I think that that if you guys are actually setting policy, that the department heads should respect the policy that you set and not continually come back. You say, except us, except me over here, I don't want to follow the policy. And my friend over here doesn't want to follow the policy either. That's what we put you guys there to do. Just stand strong in your convictions and protect our money. That's all. Thank you.
Manager Elters, you look like you wanted to address this item?
Mr. Chairman and board members, I did not have anything to say other than now that you've asked me and I have the floor, I'll be happy to make a comment or two. When the board acted on the freeze, the board clearly gave direction to staff except as otherwise approved by the board, and there was to be a justification for it. Each of these positions, public safety or not, is justified. There's a memo that comes with the request explaining why. Most, if not all, are to fill positions that were occupied and somebody left and vacated the position, and these are critical to the function of each department that has applied. So we, staff, are following the direction of the board by bringing these requests in front of the board for consideration and approval. It is truly consistent with the board wishes, and until directed otherwise, that is the plan, is to vet these. We receive them, HR goes through them, finance and I review them before we put them on the list of items to appear before you. So again, it is consistent with the direction of the board, and we're following those direction and happy to change the approach if the board wishes to have it changed, or to continue as we have until directed otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. I'd open it up to the board. Supervisor Angus? Thank you for the
motion to approve.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 47.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Angus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Item number 47, Sheriff Schuster. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Real quick recap. In 2020, this board allocated $5 million for sheriff substations. I applaud you for that, and I thank you. This was earmarked for 3 stations, the Lake Havasu City Station, the Mojave Valley Station, and the Beaver Dam Station. Unfortunately, we quickly learned that this was woefully insufficient to build new buildings, as the first station we got an estimate on came well above the $5 million we had for all 3. So rather than come back before you and beg for more money, as your sheriff often does, we reached out to our state representatives. We asked that the state potentially look at assisting us, and we were successful. We received $9 million through the state. I want to publicly thank Senator Borelli, Representatives Biasucci and Gillette for their support and their leadership. Honestly, they were instrumental in us obtaining this additional funding. We always try to be extremely diligent with the funds that we're given. Recognizing the cost of new buildings, we began to quickly look at other viable solutions. We were able to locate 2 existing buildings, one in Lake Havasu, one in Mojave Valley, that exemplified our need. They were ideal. And in doing so, we found that by taking this approach, we could actually get larger space, more office for less money. So it was a win-win for us. and we were happy that it worked out that way. So that brings us to today's item. We have been working on obtaining these buildings, and we've shared our process with you every step of the way. I do want to also thank County Manager Elters, Director Latowski for their support and their guidance on these projects. As sheriff, I'm not in the building business, but we are making tremendous strides. I also want to recognize Tara and Morgan in procurement, along with Butch in facilities. Amazing staff that we have. They've got a very pushy sheriff, a very demanding sheriff, and they recognize the need to expedite the process, and they certainly held up their end of the bargain. So big thank you to all those folks. We finally received the last step in this process, which was the appraisal for the Havasu substation. It came in at $2,945,000. I do have a small change for my motion request. In the first line, it reads, approve the offer to purchase 6534 Showplace Drive, Lake Havasu City, and it should read not to exceed $2,945,000. The rest of the motion is completely accurate. So as these substations are long overdue, they are going to last us for years, long after we're gone. Who would like to make the honor of this historical motion? I'm assuming it'll be Buster since it's right there in Lake Havasu. I'd be happy to entertain questions, but we're going to move forward with the state funding.
This is my meeting, buddy. I'm going to open it up for discussion first.
Tried.
I'd open it up for discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Where is this appraisal you speak of? I haven't seen one. I'll get you a copy if you'd like it. You just brought it out here and said it's a good deal, and that's all I have.
Thank you,
Buster.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the offer to purchase of 6534 Showplace Drive, Lake Havasu City, not to exceed $2,945,000. Additional to build out, and the total cost associated for completion will not exceed $5,400,000. Authorize the chairman of the board to sign all pertinent documents on behalf of Mojave County, and authorize procurement to proceed with the build-out process if purchase is successful. Critical part here is the funding source for this project is an awarded state revenue source titled Sheriff Substation Fund number 410904446, period. This is state money. This is not local tax dollars.
This actually comes out of your budget, Chairman Gould, so we should have. No, this is the state allocation that we talked about earlier. And I don't know if I heard you wrong. Could you verify the first sentence dollar amount in your motion?
$2,945,000.
Perfect.
You've heard that motion.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Rangus.
I just want to, because I think I heard when Supervisor Gould said will not exceed 5 million, I think he said 400 and not 400,000.
He did. I was going to point that out.
Okay.
As well. So that needs to be corrected.
Yeah.
I'm going to correct the second amount now. $5,400,000.
There you go.
All right, seconded by Supervisor Johnson.
That's big numbers.
Any other additional discussion before we vote? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 48.
Now, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Rangus.
I've had a request that we continue this to our next meeting.
Second.
All right, was that a motion?
Yes, that was
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 49, Supervisor Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, as we sit here this afternoon, we've had staff sitting here all day. I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to come back in 30 days with a recommendation of staff attending via Zoom, where they can sit at their desk and still monitor, and they don't need to sit here all day wasting their time and our money.
Is that a motion?
Motion to approve, yes.
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 50, nobody has signed up to speak for item number 50. Supervisor Johnson?
Motion to approve.
You've heard that motion second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 51, we do have one person that's signed up to speak. Armin Stange. This is Armin, Mr. Armin Stange. Thank you.
I'm in Stanger, Fort Mojave. There's a lot of allegations going on. I don't know if they're true or not, but if they come true, is the county recover some money on it? And who else is involved in it? I mean, supposedly the county manager has oversight over county employees, and I don't know why this isn't working out. I mean, it's our tax money what got driven back and forth to Henderson for a year, if it is true. You know, we as taxpayer like transparency. This is going hush hush and not really coming out in the public. Thank you.
Supervisor Johnson.
I'd make a motion to go into executive session for legal advice for just a second.
You've heard that motion? Second. You've heard that motion in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it.
Just a second.
All right, I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. It's a pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need any action on item 51.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to item number 52. We don't have anyone signed up to speak on item number 52. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 53, Supervisor Bishop.
Anyway, I'll start all over. This agenda item was brought to me by several county employees. They wanted to know if we could move the paid holidays to having a fourth holiday near the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, giving employees 4 days off of paid leave, and then use the Columbus Day holiday as a floating holiday for those that wanted to celebrate either Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day. I thought that was an excellent idea since our population is transient during these times and a lot of people's families are across the country or in other states. So I agreed to bring this to the board to see what the thought was. Since it's a year out, we can do this if we choose to. And I did some checking after this was asked of me and discovered that Columbus Day is probably the most inconsistent celebrated holiday. It's one of 11 federal holidays, and so the post office is closed, and because you can't get mail, the banks are closed and stuff. But it seems like in Arizona, there's only one county that celebrates as a paid holiday Columbus Day, and that's, I think, Apache County, but they only have a 4-day work week. So all the counties in Arizona, from the research that I gleaned, do not celebrate Columbus Day as a paid holiday. Of course, they celebrate Columbus Day in their own way, but only 16 states throughout our nation consider it this paid holiday. And some of them have traded it for the floating holiday, which is what I'm suggesting here today. So I've got no skin in the game. I don't get paid holidays on or off. I'm doing this for Mojave County employees because we've taken so much from the employees and we're losing employees left and right. And it's just something little to give back to the employees. So whatever this board is prone to do is fine with me.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus.
Yeah, I think about 10 years ago, we talked about this, didn't we, Supervisor Johnson? We actually voted on it, then Supervisor Johnson brought it back, and I'm going to say what I said 10 years ago, and that was in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. He didn't sail and sail and sail and sail so some government workers can get a day off. There's a reason that we have holidays. There's a reason we celebrate in this new world where we're, you know, all our history is being canceled. I don't want to be a part of that. If you want to give the employees a separate day around Thanksgiving, do it. But I don't think we need to, you know, intertwine them and interchange them because they're not interchangeable. This is about Christopher Columbus. It's about how our country was founded. And I don't want to be a part of letting that go. So I'm a hard no.
We do have one person that has signed up to speak on this item, James Jones. James Jones. Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? Any other discussion?
So I brought this forward for the employees, so I will make the motion to approve.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. What's the pleasure of the board?
action.
Is it take no action, I guess?
Sure.
Okay. We'll move to item number 54. Sheriff Schuster, please come down.
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, thank you. I know it's been a long day. I'm here seeking clarification. I understand the concerns we all have with our county finances, but I'm here to ask for the authority to use my budget as needed when we're talking about travel and training and the hiring of critical positions. What we're doing now, we've identified our staff as critical. And so we come to you and you say yay or nay. Well, it's been yay. We recognize that we're going to continue to hire critical positions, but then we have openings. So we turn around, we come back every 2 weeks to ask to fill a spot that hasn't changed. It's still critical. So one of my requests is basically if we need to fill a deputy position or a detention position, do you need me to come and talk to you every 2 weeks to ask for your permission to do that, or can we waive that because they are critical positions? We have over 102 certified deputies. The state mandates they train. No way of getting around it. In order to maintain their peace officer certification, they must have training. We have individuals within our agency that truly need advanced training. Examples would be our detectives. We have 3 new detectives that need homicide training this year. I really want to stress to you as the board the 2 things. Number 1, we're watching it. There's not any fat in our budget. I hope we demonstrated that when we did the exercise a while back. But in the same vein, we have a job to do. When you talk about travel, we travel all the time. We routinely do extraditions across the country. Is this something that you want me to bring before you to get that request? And if so, I can tell you it's impractical. If we're advised tomorrow that an inmate was picked up in Pennsylvania, we're going to get that inmate. And the same holds true with investigations that stem out of our jurisdiction. So if we want somebody for homicide and they're picked up in another state, we are going to go to that state and conduct our investigation. So what I'm looking for, honestly, is a little more guidance as it pertains to the travel and training. And I would hope that you would support me to keep a watchful eye. We're trying to save every penny we can, but we still have a job to do. So that's the basis of this discussion today.
Thank you, Sheriff. I agreed to place this on to the agenda. I did not know that Supervisor Johnson was also going to place an agenda item related to the travel. And it was always my understanding, and perhaps the county manager can clarify if I'm mistaken, but that we had placed a freeze and limitations on everything that was not essential. That it would be up to you as our county manager, to our elected officials to be a part of this organization and to only travel and do the training that was absolutely essential. Public safety is obviously one of our highest priorities. It's my highest priority, which is why I agreed to put this on the agenda. So we'll open it up to the board for additional discussion if there's any.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Yeah, I don't think the board has any problem, especially with employees. I think we've already unfrozen all the positions that, that there were. I think when it comes to travel, obviously, when a guy gets to the La Paz border, we don't want you stopping, going over there and doing felony pickups in other states. But I do believe that all training and things like that, which, while you will say they're needed, and obviously they are for new detectives and that sort of thing, I think for being open with the public and the other departments that we have those things brought to the board so that we're, people know that, hey, the board is paying attention to our costs. And yeah, the sheriff needed the guys go to, post certification or advanced post or things like that. Because if we do it, if we say, the sheriff's just going to do it, then Public Works just wants to do it, and then the rest of them, and pretty soon what we put into effect isn't really any effect. I know it might be a bigger pain, but usually with training you have some kind of advanced notice on those. But that would be my my thing to just say for openness so that, you know, we have it out there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, I agree. I mean, we want to be transparent. We want to be open. I think that we need a little more clarification for county staff because we're being told that if I have an opening today because someone resigned, it needs to come back before this board. And that seems a little bit redundant. If we have critical positions, i.e. it's a detention officer or a deputy, I don't think the board wants to waste time every 2 weeks saying, yeah, you can go ahead and fill that spot again, nor should I have to take time to try and arrange that because there's always behind the scenes stuff that really become problematic that could scare away potential candidates. So that's one of the concerns I have. As far as training, again, I can only answer by saying we're mandated to do it. We'll respect this board's decision, but we do have 102 deputies that require ongoing training, so you're going to see a lot of me over the next year, and I know that makes you happy, Buster, but so, no, we're here to help. Honestly, we recognize if we can save a dime, we're going to save that dime. We have done that for many years. In fact, every year that I've been in office, we have returned significant funding to the tune of millions of dollars, and that's a result of salary savings, which is not a good thing. We've corrected that, so the ship's heading in the right direction. We'll do our part, but I need some leeway.
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
I think, yeah, the training would come to, I think that's a great idea, but we just did an item with Ken Cunningham, discussion possible action to approve the following exemptions to general fund hiring freeze, and we did that for deputies and correction officers and unfortunately attorneys too. So you shouldn't be, if Mr. Cunningham is saying, hey, you got to come and beg me, you know, and just give the county manager a call, because that was all approved by the board for all your 15 positions, 18 positions, I can't remember. It was quite a few positions.
With respect to this item related to the training and the travel, I voted for that. Everybody knows our budget situation. We're still having some additional conversations to try to give the county manager, the finance director, the people that are actually hired to do that, additional direction, what they have to work with, what they don't have to work with. It was never my intent as one member of a policy board to try to say that I understand intricately every single thing that you have to do with training and travel. And I don't want to be that micromanager from a policy board. I want to empower you and county manager and those that are paid to do that, elected to do that. But I don't want to be a micromanager and have to look at every single one of these things. That's just my opinion personally. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion to approve item number 54.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Clerk, did you get that? The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so thank you. Item number 55.
Not sure what that does.
We have a few people signed up for item number 55. Jennifer Esposito.
This is the best thing we're doing all day.
Here. I don't think she's here. Tom O'Donnell.
The hang around all day award.
I'm O'Donnell, Beaver Dam. I've already spoke with Chairman Lingelfelter. I just want to make my thoughts clear to the rest of you. We've had a problem up there with people trying to open basically a commercial business right in our area. We've just got a farm next door to us shut down. It was running. People come in to pick their own. There's like 20, 25 cars every day till 8, 9 o'clock at night. We want to make sure you don't loosen this cottage industries up to allow this. You know, most of the people there, they run their little businesses and nobody cares. We are really against large corporations coming in and running a noisy, all day long business right next to us where we're trying to live. That's it. Keep it to a small operation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Olikek.
Danielle Leakett, Golden Valley. I just want to say that I am in favor of exploring this opportunity to possibly deregulate some of the cottage industries. There is a large growing community of homesteaders and ranchers and of people who want to be able to provide for their community and bring that food source in. And the cottage industry is still regulated. You know, at the state, we do have to have certain food handlers cards and stuff like that. So I do think it is something to definitely look into to help us align with some of the goals that we have out in the rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Director Walsh to come down if he could. My initial intent, my district is primarily rural, and I suspect that there's a whole lot of people out there that maybe have chicken coop, they're selling eggs to their neighbors all the time, or maybe have the greenhouse or selling produce every week to their neighbors, and probably a lot of them don't have an SUP, but they probably would require an SUP. So I thought maybe we could work together to come out with something a little more streamlined for those folks, that if you grow it on site, if you raise it on site, and you live there and it's an acre, that you can sell it on site. We had some additional conversations with the District 1 office, you and Scott Holtree. Can you just brief the board on that, and maybe there's a way to do this?
You bet. Thank you, Chairman. So just a little history on the cottage industry. The board approved the cottage industry in 2015 as an addition to the zoning ordinance, which allowed for this cottage industry. Right now, basically, we have the home occupation, which allows someone to have their home occupation, run a business out of their home, but it really restricts what they can have in storage outside of their home. So really, a home occupation allows for doing work within the home, no increase in traffic to the neighborhood, and those types of things. So the the cottage industry really allowed for an increase in that. It allows for outside storage. Allows for some additional traffic there. It does require a special use permit, and that's where it would come before the board to get those approvals. It also requires a site plan to show, where that increase in traffic is coming, and the where that parking is laid out and how that'll be addressed. So it has been of benefit to those people that are trying to run a business that's a little bit more than just what is allowed for in the home occupation. And some of those include, sorry, get my glasses on here. Trying to see where I had those listed here. Basically, we've seen it like with gravel, selling gravel, homemade furniture, decor. We've used it quite a bit with the wine tasting rooms out in Valley Vista and where we have those. So our concern was if we were to repeal it completely, that would eliminate a big option for a number of those businesses. We believe, staff, we looked into it, we believe that for the intent of this and being able to allow these folks who are growing stuff on their own property and wanting to sell it on their own property, we believe we can actually add that into our AR zone rather than repealing the cottage industry and all that it allows for. Look at the AR zone and look at what we can allow in addition to what's already existing with the AR zone and this cottage type sales, whether it be produce sales or like was mentioned, selling eggs to your neighbors or something like that. Generally, we wouldn't get too excited. I don't think we would even look at too much as far as selling something to your neighbors or anything like that. I think where we would get involved is if we got a complaint from a neighbor that a business front had been placed on their property and that it was increasing the amount of traffic in that area. But I believe if we can work, we can draft something up and bring it back to the board if the board would like, as far as adding these types of options to the AR zone.
Thank you, Tim. I think that sounds good. Open it up to discussion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that. Additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 56, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would have to change this to make a motion to clarify, because I get a lot of calls, and I'm sure everybody does. Do I have to get permission to go here? Do I have to get permission to go there from different departments? That the out-of-state driving ban applies to everyone except the county sheriff.
Supervisor Angus? Okay, that was second. Additional discussion, Supervisor Angus?
Thank you. And does that include the supervisors?
Yeah, we have to follow the same
So,
thing as
so
everybody else.
if I need to go somewhere on my business, I have to come and ask you guys?
If you want county money, you want to pay on your
Well,
own.
how about, I mean, I don't have a car and I don't take money to drive around my district because it's a small district, but when I travel, it's the only time I do it if I come up here. So if I got to get permission and have to justify the work I do to warrant driving my car, why shouldn't everybody else do that, driving their car? No, regardless if it's in county or not.
No, it's just in county. If you drive over here to the boardroom,
What's the difference? I mean, I'm doing this to do my job. So if I believe I have to go somewhere for my job, I have to bring it to you guys? I mean, I don't understand that at all. I don't work for this board. I work for my constituents. They're the ones. If they don't want me to travel, they should tell me. I don't think that I should have to bring this to the board.
but the board
And I
makes the
won't.
decisions for the county. And it's because we're in $18.5 million in the hole that we decided we'd try to plug some of the holes
I understand
somewhere.
there, but I am lodging a protest. How's that sound? Under duress. We've used that before, right? We're doing this under duress. Okay.
I'd say, again, on mine, from District 1, I think that we've come out as a policy board saying only essential travel. But again, I don't have any interest at all, zero interest in micromanaging the other 4 supervisors or any of the others for that matter. The electeds manage their staff, the county manager manages his staff. We only have 1 or 2 employees directly from this policy board. I don't want to be a micromanager for everybody else. It's not my job. I'm not going to support that. Supervisor, Sam?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and board members. Before you vote, I just wanted to point out 3 departments that come to mind. So as the board considers voting on this and votes, those would be the types of travel that I, acting on your behalf, would be considering essential travel. The three departments specifically would be public fiduciary, legal advocate, and the courts. Those have already reached out saying, especially the public fiduciary and the legal advocate, they have individuals, clients outside of Mojave County that by law they have to visit. And they've indicated that that travel or that visitation window is coming up. I'm just, and based on what they presented, statutes requires that to take place, acting on the board's behalf, unless anything changes or directed otherwise. That would be the type of travel that I would say on your behalf is essential to travel. So clarification is something that I welcome, as long as we know it's clarifying, not complicating the matter. Whatever the board decide will carry forward, but I wanted you to be aware of these types of issues that come up and requests that come to me. And the better I understand your wishes, the better that I can implement them and carry them forward. Thank you.
Luke, I see you at the podium. Do you have something to say?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, board members, in the spirit of getting clarification, so when this item originally came before the board back in August, I believe it was August 21st, we were discussing the $18.5 million projected deficit for the general fund next year. And so when the hiring freeze was put into place and the travel ban was put into place, we interpreted that to mean the general fund. And so I just want to get clarification to be sure here, because other funds is not going to affect our deficit in any way, shape, or form. And so I just want to be clear, is the intent here to be general fund only? Or as the motion is written, it doesn't specify that, and so I'm just asking for clarification there.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
I think to clarify, this is a clarification of the motion that was made before. So we already have a motion in effect that there's no out-of-county travel. If we want to change it to no out-of-county travel for, and I understand where you're coming from, Public Works, non-general funded people, you know, we could probably let them go. It's still up to the board. I have no problem saying they can't go. But this was just so, because people were calling me, asking me kind of the similar question. So that's why I brought it to the board. But we already have it in place now, so.
Yeah, it was my understanding that it was all the non-essential, that essential is still okay. The directors need to talk to the county manager, the elected officials, their staff needs to talk to them. But as a policy board member, I don't want to have to micromanage all those people and say, you can go here, you can go here. The treasurer's office, they need to talk to the treasurer, so on and so forth. We have one person that has signed up to speak. I want to see if they're still here. Philip Robinson.
Stood up at the wrong one. Sorry about that. Afternoon, y'all. I still don't understand this travel ban. If you're using your own POV, do it. If you're using the county vehicle, don't do it. How do you travel? Do you travel, Mr. Johnson, do you travel in a POV? Or a
In
county car?
business, I take the county vehicle on the sign.
Okay, stop driving. That's how I figure it. Thanks, y'all.
All right. Well, we have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Johnson, seconded by Supervisor Bishop. Any additional discussion?
Chairman Lingenfelter, if I can jump in?
Pardon?
If I could just jump in here real quick. We're looking for clarification too. Everybody is. I mean, this is something that it's still unknown. I mean, I'm getting Insta messages right now trying, what about this? What about this? So can you summarize exactly what is the travel ban? You can't travel outside the county and that's it? Is that it?
Without prior permission, right?
Without prior permission. So it doesn't matter if it's essential or non-essential. It doesn't matter if it's grant funded or non-grant funded. That's what we're looking for.
There was a clerk, remember, maybe Jenny remembers, when we talked, because the courts brought up, you know, they had things that they had to do, and we said, obviously, you know, emergency things like that come up if you have to travel out. And it would be like common sense like anything else if, like what they do with the procurement code, you know, with procurement, they could put something in and say, last month we had all these people. It's just to let the public know that we're trying to do something to plug the 18.5 million deficit, you know. I don't see where this is a big deal.
Well, it's a big deal in the sense of, excuse me, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, we had an item on the agenda today where the public fiduciary by law, at least under the regulations that she has to follow, she has to visit these people that live outside the county. She came to the board and asked for permission. To me, that makes sense. Like, why would she even need to come to the board? Because she has to do it. That's her job. But she felt compelled, and rightly so, to submit a board action form to the, excuse me, that isn't on there yet, is it? I think it's coming up. Is it coming in the next one? Oh, it's the next one. So in the next one, now she asked me to, if you know, to put this on the board because she doesn't have that clarification. She needs that clarification. We all need that clarification because right now we have different interpretations of it, and you're telling us, well, it's pretty common sense. Well, for some of us, it's not common sense.
Well, it's just like with the fiduciary. If she submits it and says, I'm going to all these things and this is my job, it's out there so anybody from the public can look at our agenda and say, look, the fiduciary's traveling, they don't care. It's when you don't put stuff out in public is when people start thinking you're stealing. I don't think it's that hard of a problem.
Attorney Esplin, we already have a travel ban. It was my understanding as the District 1 supervisor that it was everything that was non-essential and that it was going to be up to our county manager. That's why we have a county manager. His staff needs to talk to him. His department heads need to talk to him. Is this essential? He needs to grant that for them. The electeds, they need to determine whether or not it's essential to their job to do this. I don't feel comfortable in micromanaging everybody, including my 4 colleagues on this elected board. They are responsible, not to me, they're responsible to their constituents. So it was my understanding that it was for non-essential, and talk to your director or elected official. If that's not what it is, if it's everything and they all have to come here, I can't support that, and I would, because I did vote in favor of that original, I would bring that back at another meeting to amend my vote on that, if that's not what it is.
Well, why can't we do it right? I think you could do it right now. It's the motion, it's right here. It's right here on the agenda. It says to clarify the travel ban policy put into place. So if you want to clarify it, somebody can make a motion to clarify it.
We already have a motion on the floor and it has been seconded. We'll take a vote on that unless Supervisor Johnson wants to amend that.
Well, Mr. Chair, we had a difference of understanding. My understanding the last one was elected officials didn't have the opportunity to decide what their travel was. They would all come in front of us, you know, any travel. So I think we disagreed on that, or our understanding of what it was. I would think you'd have to do a reconsideration if you're gonna, of this. This was just to clarify, you know, among ourselves, which obviously there needed some clarification.
Well, I think you can clarify because it says clarify the travel ban. So if I move to clarify the ban that this is what it means. That's what I think you can do.
But I think the chairman wants to clarify that he doesn't want it.
Well,
So
that
that's
would
a
be, let me be
reconsideration.
perfectly clear. As a policy board, I don't think it adds much value to the organization to have everybody come to us and say for every single travel or training thing that they have to do, to come to here and ask us to do that. I don't think that that's our policy board's responsibility. We have to work with our county manager, and he has to work with the electeds, and we work with the electeds, but we don't work with all the line employees and all that kind of stuff. That's not what I think that is our duty. I don't think that it adds any value to have this board micromanage like that. Additional discussion. All right. Madam Clerk, would you read the motion back, please, so everybody knows what we're voting on?
The current motion is to approve with the exception of the sheriffs.
All right. You've heard that motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? No. Motion carries 3-2, I believe. We're adjourned.